drill. Warning. Please evacuate. This is not a drill. Warning. 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 Warning.
I'ma knock at your door before I hit you like Dino.
So hard it hurts to feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room. Sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
Finding shapes in the absence of clouds, like shadow painting. I was wrong about all the things that they told me. Stay up late while we learn to be loud. Watch the colors fade in. I was born to make change in places we can't see. I can't see what hidden in her hands. No, I can't believe I'm drowning on dry land. And I won't stop. And I won't stop.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division for the grand final matchup between First Class and XG Lightning. I'm Nyarko on play-by-play, and continuing with the revolving door of color casters that we've had come through, I have one of my great friends here, TDS. Covering on for Shibi and covering on for Yanni. We miss them both dearly, but I'm happy to have you here, man. I'm happy to have you bear witness to what has been a crazy season of BOL.
And I'm excited. They just messaged me this today after watching Real Madrid. You want to cast? I said, of course. And I'm covering for two great casters. Hopefully, they come back for the next time, the next opportunity to cast here. But I'm going to cover their asses on the grand finals, and it's going to be great. I'm sure of it.
All right. Well, First Class and XG Lightning are impatient, ready to go, I think is the nicer way to put it. They are diving into the draft already. We got the bands coming through. It is Jarvan, Tristana, and one other band going to be knocked out by First Class. XG Lightning have fired back so far with the Orianna and Thresh. They're also going to complete the trifecta with the Maokai knockout as First Class ban away the Misfortune.
Quite a bit of focus towards the bot lane. I really like the Misfortune ban, by the way. I think such an underappreciated champion right now in the meta. Could find a good spot, especially with Jarvan combos, but they go for the quintessential Jinx. It's still a super strong AD carry. You can find so much value with her. And just like you were talking about with the bans, they are flying through the picks as well. So Juani and Seraphine already trying to set up a combo for later stages of the game with great ultimates on the Seraphine and the Sejuani. And a flex potential as well.
For sure. That being said, First Class has gotten Jinx, and Jinx is oftentimes carrying the weight of multiple champions already, and it's very hard to build a bad composition around this champion. There are certainly ways to grief a draft. LS has taught me that, but to start off blue side, getting themselves a Jinx and an Udyr as well. I'm liking what First Class is putting down so far.
Yeah, all in all, no, not bad options. You have the hyper carrying the Jinx that, yes, may get attacked in certain different positions, especially with so many ultimates that will seize her movement, but she's still a great hyper carry and she's going to deal quite a lot of damage. The Udyr is a really interesting curveball because even though we haven't seen him for quite a while, he still is quite a strong jungler in what he wants to try and achieve in the game. And then you can really play around his initiation by just running headfirst into the enemy team, or even just dealing damage in a lot of situations. Could still be also a flex because he can go towards the top side, and closing out the picks with the picture for the first phase, not a bad option. A lot of already focus towards the later stages of the game from both teams, really.
Yeah, I think that so far First Class is more indexed towards just hard scaling. It looks like, especially with this Akshan hover, XG Lightning are a little bit spicier in how they want to approach this game. Like you said, a lot of great facilitation off of the Sejuani and the Starry-Eyed Songstress, but the Akshan coming through provides a great new angle. You have some flake potential because of the invisibility. You have the ability to sustain your team and just get themselves into pretty interesting mid-game macro positions with the ability to revive people as long as you could get kills down. But to focus on that point, right? This is a champion that requires quite a bit of momentum, especially coming through from early in order to have the biggest splash on the game. And XG Lightning so far haven't really drafted in such a way that they are looking to dominate these lanes from minute one. I want to see a little bit of a pivot to help this Akshan out with the next two picks.
I would think they would want to have someone safe on bot side so that you can actually commit resources towards the top side of the map, right? If it's action top lane or mid lane, depending on where you really want to play him, you can try and draft something safe in the bot lane position as the AD carry, maybe something like an Ezreal, something like Varus, technically a safe option. Also, you could go for Seri if you want to go for the hyperscaler AD carries as well that have mobility, and that way get something that can roam towards the action, try and provide that support that you're asking for. And I think it would be a smart approach. There's also the option that the Seraphine is the AD carry, so technically you already drafted something safe, and then you can go for other picks that can move around the map. But with that in mind, a lot of focus towards the top lane with the Renekton, the Camille, and the Aatrox spends. Only outlier is the Milo. Milio.
Milio,
But
yeah.
all in all, I think pretty straightforward bans here.
I think that Milio is not necessarily an outlier. If you are reading that the Seraphine is in fact either going mid or the APC role, Milio is a good champion to deny just because of how strong it is. Out of all the enchanters, it has probably one of the best and most sustained mid games. And if you really need to punch through and get stuff done early, like XG Lightning currently does in order to get down champions like the Victor and Jinx, but you also want to have that defensive layer of an enchanter, Milio seems like a premier pick. However, XG Lightning certainly is going for a different angle in that role. Improvise is going to grab themselves a Nautilus.
And with the Nautilus, it comes immediately with the Jax. Now that they know the essentially the picks for the bot lane because it feels like it's going to be Nautilus and Seraphine
Mhm.
based on what it feels like right now. Then the Jax here to have another potential hyper carry threat on the side lane, and then going to be good against some of the matchups that can be left up. If it's the action against the Jax, there's still potential for the Jax to really find angles to be able to fight against the action and get good picks going. And this said, potentially in the support position, it's going to get picked. I think it's all following NA's strategy to success. Golden Guardians has performed amazingly on it, and I think it's a really good champion right now in the meta with the Face Breaker as well as the epic entrance. I forgot the name, but the RKO onto the enemy team can be really effective if you're able to play around it well enough. And I think taking away champions that can get on top of the Jinx is always going to be great. Gragas to close it out, so I think it's going to be a Gragas top lane, the action in the mid lane.
Now, as per usual, I'm going to say that up against the
Oh.
Nautilus, they should have just picked Tarek here. But the set's certainly cute, and like you said, TDS, I think that this is a champion that in the support role is quite underappreciated right now, given how the meta has been playing out. If you get fed on this champion, you actually can kind of mimic the build, or at least the start of the build that you see for top lane set, for
Yeah.
instance. Going for that heart steal is really, really valuable on this pick, and it provides a really good front line that Udyr can also play off of. The initiation potential is immense from First Class's side, and that's not usually something that you get to say about a team that is so oriented towards scaling, towards just becoming hyper carries in their own right.
Well, that's what kind of they drafted, right? They have 3 carries that will spike better the later the game goes. Obviously, there's instances where, for example, the Jax can try and find value early on, depending on certain matchups, but typically they are more inclined towards that second, third item power spike where they really can shine through. And it falls a lot more onto what the other can accomplish on the game, try and make them fly over the hurdles of whatever XG or first class is going to try and put over them. That being said, I think that there's an interesting lane dynamic matchups that we can end up seeing, particularly because of the flex potential with the action and the Gragas. Gragas and action still, we don't know where they are going. I said potentially top lane, mid lane, but Gragas can be flexed towards mid lane as well. Can be
I mean,
flexed towards
Sejuani
top
could
lane.
be the top lane,
Top
and you go
lane,
Gragas jungle.
exactly. So there's still some dynamics that you can mix over. Even you could send the action towards bot lane and then play with the Seraphine in the mid lane. That's also another strategy. I don't expect to see it, but the flexibility from multiple of these picks, barring the Nautilus, which actually you can also flex the Nautilus because now he's mid lane as well. So technically you can actually flex the 5 champions between each position. The only one, maybe the jungle, that is a bit more clear between the Sejuani and the Gragas, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Akshan support. I usually don't get to talk about Akshan because when was the last time you saw it picked in competitive, especially at this level of play,
2
TDS?
years.
But yeah, exactly. The fact that you remember it so well shows how few times it's picked, right? But shout out to Next Gen TV. She's a streamer here on Twitch, but she plays nothing but like roaming Akshan support or bot lane. Like
Really?
literally, she will tell the support in lobby just go pick a carry or something that can farm, and will just max W and leave lane immediately. It's the weirdest playstyle I've ever seen, but she does like really well on it. And therefore, I'm like convinced that Akshan support works to a degree because she
Okay.
genuinely does climb on the pick. So I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing out of XG Lightning here, especially as that is Akshan grabbed up by the mid lane in the client draft. But it's something that I could dream about on occasion. And, you know, for as much as I like to bring the spice in the support role, I've never been able to make that work.
I'm guessing this is not the sort of pick that we'll see in the sport position on the grand
Yeah.
finals. Now, maybe on another game, I could actually argue there's an opportunity. Maybe it could happen. But all in all, I'm actually really interested that now it kind of went the more traditional, ordinary way, even with all the off picks coming through from XG. But all in all, not against how they are going to opt into it. Really like the decision making that they took with some of these picks. And if it works out towards later stage of the game, they really can find a lot of value. The biggest fear is going to be the fact that there's no hyper carries on the side of XG. It's Jinx
Yeah.
and Victor against Action Seraphine. Seraphine can be great as a supporter, essentially, but her damage dealing power is going to be quite weak compared to the Jinx or the Victor. Same for the action. He's a spiking. It's going to be reliant on that first item power spike. And then after that, he's not going to match up to Jinx or Victor. So they really need to take their advantages as soon as they can get them.
I definitely agree with that. I think that overall, I'm a little bit more confident in First Class's composition because it has a higher ease of execution
Yeah.
standard than XG Lightning's. And beyond that, these champions are just dedicated to doing damage. And for as much utility and value as some of these cute pivots on XG Lightning's side have, at the end of the day, League of Legends is a game that is often won through dealing as much damage as humanly possible because that's how you win team
True.
fights, right? And for me, as much as I enjoy Seraphine Bot, the thing is, you already have big initiators in the form of the Nautilus, the Sejuani, and the Gragas, and therefore having the Encore on top of all that feels like a little bit of a win more when what you really need here is the ability to burst the Jinx down so they can't recover from all that CC being thrown their way.
Yeah, that feels like a more straightforward plan, right? Like you have to be able to lock down these super important targets, which technically don't have a ton of ability. So if you're
Mhm.
able to lock them down and control them enough that they cannot escape, you can deal the damage to try and and kill them. And Gragas top lane usually now opts into the AP route, so you can have a bit more explosive damage off of there. Then Sejuani does a big amount of damage, surprisingly enough. So if you're able to lock them down, they can be bursted out. It's all
Mhm.
on the execution and how effective you can find those angles. The problem
Yep.
is, I think that the margin of error becomes lesser and lesser the longer the game goes, because after 30 minutes now your margin of error is much smaller compared to the margin of error for First Class, because now they have more tools in their disposal to try and win the game.
All right. Well, I think the battle lines have been drawn. First Class and XG Lightning had a tough road to get here, TDS. I believe that both best of fives in the semifinals went all the way to the 5 games, and I lost my voice. I lost my sanity casting First Class, man. So let's see what they can do on blue side with what I think is a superior draft, but XG Lightning, they also very much deserve to be here, forging their way, making sure that they remain on top of the world. We're going to see who comes out champions, or at least who gets themselves that first mark towards the championship call here with game number 1 of this best of 5. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division Finals. First Class XG Lightning facing off on the Rift. And we're starting off with at least an attempt at action as XG Lightning are moving as 4 members through the top side, surfing, covering mid for the time being. Juicebox just providing a little bit of a distraction as we get a real war party moving towards this Jax, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
And Bruiser
Jax.
2012,
Oh,
a little bit too
no.
passive, and that means that Nautilus passive is going to root them up. But they flash over the wall, getting the double stun off the counter strike. And hey, for as disastrous as that could have been, Improvised didn't manage to get the dredge line off, and therefore Bruiser 2012 escapes to safety.
It's the power of the Counter-Strike. Luckily, with the E, you do deny the damage from Prim, so the action couldn't really get a lot going, because with the Ignite and a couple more auto attacks from the action, they probably can get the kill. That being said, it's a flash down on the Jax in the top lane. It's a perfect pathing opportunity for the Sejuani and the Gragas to just try and dumpster these Jax.
For sure. And while the Jax is not going to miss anything on this wave and they don't have to burn the teleport to get back in time, I do think that the loss of Flash, like you're talking about, is going to lead to perma-prio for Kartana on this Gragas. And we know that while Truist can do quite a bit on this Udyr to get down on top of champions and really make their life miserable, the fact that Jax does ostensibly have a weak laning phase does mean that it might be a little bit difficult to get all the damage down onto the Gragas before they body slam and flash away. So for the time being, it looks like XG Lightning have this lane on lock, and I want to look elsewhere on the map for First Class to try to answer back.
There's multiple options that they can try and look for. Like, technically, even though it's not a hook champion or one that has super easy to pull off CC, if the Zed wants to go forward, he can really get something going for them. And even if you flash away with the, I always forget the name, but with the chilling force, I don't remember the actual name of the thingy to slow people down with the freeze field. That can stop the surfing from running away, and that's still a really good tool to try and get ganks going for the Udyr.
Definitely the case. Obviously, mid lane is going to be a little bit difficult. Solemn obviously will be bullied early versus Prim, who went full aggro with the Ignite Flash summoner spells. But it does also mean that the Akshan is going to be pushed up. Obviously, in a lot of cases, Prim is just going to be able to hook shot away, and Truist can't do a whole lot to stop it. But it does mean that First Class, for the time being, has angles during this early game. And Udyr is a champion that I think has a deceptively strong few first levels to go for some ganks. Although it's actually going to be Phoenix Flare who starts it off. Peptic trying to do what they can with the flash into face breaker. They do get the stun off. Peace Pipe now confident enough to walk up to get some poke back down. Means that they've stabilized quite nicely in the 2v3.
Really good attempt. It's still 4, or actually 3 summoners for just the 2 coming on from the Nautilus. So really good play that XG is pulling off down there in the bot side. Now Udyr trying to show his face. They are pushing here. This may be risky.
Yeah, Sejuani could possibly counter gank. Truist is going to get down on top of the Seraphine in time, though, and Improvise is struggling to get out, but that's a massive double beat drop to root up the main carry of First Class.
He cannot get it.
Has made their way down. Juicebox has the ability to fire off some more shots. They slow down the Jinx in time, and yes, that is the Sejuani able to pick up first blood.
Juicebox, the big savior of the bot lane, stops the three people ganking down there and buys enough time for Phoenix Flare to be able to calm down there. It should have been a really good, easy to execute gank because of the pushing off the Seraphine, but they delayed a little bit the movement with the Zed, couldn't really follow up, and that gave enough time for the Seraphine to be able to run away. Great counter execution, great waiting from XG, and at the end they were able to get the first blood for the Sejuani.
I honestly thought that Phoenix Flare may have been a little bit too late to the play, but like you talked about, TDS, Juicebox keeping their passive about them, getting the double beat drop, getting a multi-man route. It saved and stabilized the play, and I think that's very much needed for XG Lightning. Not only have they made a statement through top, but now you really need to be able to get some power down with the Sejuani to stabilize stuff like mid lane, which is going actually surprisingly in favor of Solemn. Prim has just been trading a little bit too hard, and because that's the case, they haven't shoved into tower. They have lost their CS advantage, and tempo is still flowing over to First Class on a lot of these parts of the map.
Yeah, I would argue a big part of that comes from Prim over pushing, because sometimes when you over push, it enables really easy to pull off farming coming in from the Victor. Victor hasn't had to really overcommit himself for farming. He's one of the mages that has the best range, or one of the best ranges in the mid lane as well, thanks to both laser beam and the shield from the Q. And then the fact that you're pushing into him means that he really is in no in no situation as risky as it is if he's the one pushing you, because there's barely any opportunity for jungle attention to come through, especially with how much fighting there was happening on bot side. So it just enables Solem to really farm as easily as possible without really having to commit anything.
And now we're at a point where XG Lightning kind of has carte blanche as how they want to play out this game, at least in its early few levels. The dragon is available. Prim, after getting that successful back off, is now deep in enemy territory, looking to just harass Truist, harass Solemn as well. Right now, they're getting quite a few shots down onto the Udyr, who's just going to back off, respect the level 6. And that does mean that while Prim does have a full health bar, this is the time to go for something like the dragon. Maybe even get a pick while doing so. Improvise, moving on up alongside Juicebox to try to get this neutral objective.
With their sustain, wait a second, Cartana.
Oh, good body slam, though, and that's immediately turned into an explosive cask. Bruiser needed to respect the ultimate power spike, but they do not do so, and so it's a solo BOL on the top side off of that flash. TDS, I was not expecting that whatsoever, mostly because I thought that first class would recognize that being that low up against a Gragas is never a good time. But alas, first class fished for it, and they will be punished for doing so. Now, up 2-0, XG Lightning look very comfortable after getting that dragon.
It's one of those situations where you really think that you're going to get it, and at the end you don't get it. It's close, but at the same time you're against a Gragas. You know that he's going to heal a bunch of his health off of just his passive. And I think Cartana played that out really, really well, because didn't overly commit for trying to keep his safety up or anything like that. Waited for the right time, went in with the body slam, and then was able to get as much damage as possible there. Oh,
huge hook, but that being said, this three-man tower dive might be dangerous for XG Lightning, as that is Prim going super low, and yes, they do in fact die to the Chaos Storm and tower shot. So at that 1-for-1, with all the resources being burnt by XG Lightning, might actually favor first class, as you really want those kills on the Victor early. Oh, Phoenix Flare. Oh my gosh.
He's dead, I think.
Yeah, Udyr's coming through. I think that maybe they're a little bit wary about taking the 2v1. Yeah, it sure looks like they did. Maybe there wasn't vision there because of the wave either or something like that. I'm not 100% on what happened. Maybe nobody saw the Sejuani go low or something.
I'm actually so curious about why there, because it's not really a 2v1. Sejuani was below 10% health, I would even argue. So it's really not a 2v1. You just get there, one tap the Sejuani because she's dead essentially, and then you can push away the Nautilus if you really feel like it. But really weird situation there, Prim.
I mean, it looks like it looks like first class is still gonna get something, right? Because Prim is just gonna overextend and overstay there in the mid lane with no flash available. First class is able to clean that one up, and credit to them for equalizing this game once again. They're down about 300 gold right now, which you can kind of map onto the top side with Cartana just controlling the tempo of this game. But that means that first class knows where to push next. They're gonna try to get down on top of the Gragas. Teleport being channeled now. Juicebox, I believe, is coming up here, but Cartana is already dead. The question is, what can Phoenix Flare and Improvise do as the Seraphine pushes in? Level 6 is available for this champion, and look, now you have the chance to chain CC. Truist has been hit by the Arctic Prison. They are getting destroyed. However,
just one more.
Get to safety. Yes, thanks for saying TDS. It's just could have been one more auto, and first class could have lost the jungler. But I mean, out of all the games to go flash on Udyr, this seems to be the one because it just saved the life of the jungler.
It really did. 1-for-1 at the end of the day, not a bad option there for first class, especially with what they committed and the fact that Jax started that fight with flashing away. But because of the commitment as well, they do lose plates in the mid lane. Same can be said for the bot side. The Jinx is taking 3 plates down there. Not 100% sure who actually ends up getting ahead off of this plate. Maybe because of the Herald, I would argue a little bit more towards XG, but it's really close. In reality, it's completely close for both sides.
I would say that XG needs to make the most out of this Rift Herald for me to say that, in retrospect, that was a good play for them. Getting that many plates onto Peace Pipe is never a good look. Peace Pipe has been one of the stalwart leaders of first class throughout the entirety of the season. They always look like a carry, and they are playing one of the biggest carries in the game right now. Truist might be in trouble, though. It's got to feature that right now. Prim charging up their ultimate. That just does not do a whole lot of damage, though. One of the worst abilities in the game, in my opinion. And now, because of the chase back, XG Lightning could be in trouble. Chaos Storm has been unleashed. Peptic does go low. Peace Pipe, though, just going to be able to lock up Prim with the Flame Chompers, and now the Jinx is excited. They flash on top of Improvise. They almost kill the Nautilus. They have to settle for poking on Cartana.
And now I could actually argue that it wasn't actually a good enough play for XG, because now with that loss that they just happen to have, the action is in such a bad spot. Once again, the Jinx is feeling herself really good. Another kill for Solon right now has one of the upgrades already completed. You love to have your upgrades as early as possible with the picture because it can really change a lot of the situations for the game in your favor. And as of now, it just feels really good for the side of FC. They really don't have to overcommit or overforce anything. Their game plan is towards 30 minutes. So if they are in a good spot at this point in the game, that's perfectly fine.
I'm gonna be real. I think that Prim is now basically useless in this game. 1 and 3 on the Auction is not a good look. You've
What do you
donated
mean
gold
the
over some of the
revive?
core members of First Class, and we just saw how little damage they do at this point. It isn't like Truce is gonna get any weaker on this Udyr. They've been facilitating plays beautifully, and yeah, well, they almost died topside of the map. I think that they've learned their lesson. And look, even these trades against Solemn aren't going favorably for the Auction. He initiated that, and the death rate does more than his entire kit.
But revive goes per.
Yeah.
Isn't that the only thing that matters? Reviving people. Didn't you want
He has
a
to kill
support
people to do
action?
it,
Didn't you
TDS.
say you wanted to see the support action in action? This is it.
Oh my gosh. I guess you're right. The problem is you already have Improvise and Juicebox as virtual supports in this game. Let's be real, TDS.
True, but I still believe. I want to believe in Prim. I think he can maybe win a fight off of a revive, not off of
Alright.
damage. He's not doing that. Look at that. Yeah, he's a support.
That's just heartbreaking, man. I mean, Solemn has kind of gotten a free lane as well. That's the other side of the coin. It isn't even that the Akshan is getting bullied. It's the fact that the person bullying them is the Victor, right? And you've seen him in Arcane. Victor shouldn't be allowed to bully anybody, but alas, he's doing so. And now because that is the case, First Class have a clear scaling lane. Peace Pipe, as we've established before, is also in a great position. They got a lot of gold off of the turret plate spot. They're getting even more from the kills, which, you know, went down onto Prim, by the way, TDS. And so
Yep.
with all of these dominoes already being laid out, First Class is in a position where I think they are very happy with this early game.
Another thing, by the way, I was going to comment, looking at the position that right now a lot of the members are, is that dragon.
Yep.
If XG loses on the dragon stacking as well, that's another win condition, and I think quite a big one that they may lose out on. And that is a big difference that can make for later stages, because now, if now you lose this dragon, even if you get the next two, now one of your win conditions gets completely messed up. Dragon will spawn, or at least Soul will spawn by the 30-minute mark, and that's where you don't want to fight, because you would be in a really complicated situation fighting against a Jinx and Victor at the 30-minute mark. I like how they are trying to protect the dragon, or at least delaying it long enough so that for them at least taking it, it's possible without it really being meaningless.
TDS, my man, I know your thoughts on Cloud Soul, and while typically I argue with you on the front of whether or not Cloud Soul is good or not, you have to admit that the fact XG Lightning is getting up to 2 dragons, with one of them being the Cloud Drake right now, looks really good. Sure, it can't be Hextech Soul, but at least it's not Cloud Soul, and because that is the case, First Class do feel a little bit of pressure on this front. They don't want this Ocean Soul to go over because their poke game plan is going to be reduced in power.
Yeah, and actually the Ocean Soul paired up with the Seraphine plus Gragas healing can actually be quite meaningful in a lot of those fights. More so with the Seraphine, but it's still important to keep in mind because you want to keep your champions as healthy as possible, especially against champions that will clearly out damage you in the long run. Having the advantage in healing is almost always going to be better. Oh, Cortana.
Explosive Cast is just going to keep the Gragas safe. Alongside the Body Slam, alongside the Flash and the Phase Rush, this champion is pretty hard to kill when you're ahead.
Isn't he pretty hard to kill almost every point in the game?
Yeah, he's pretty hard to kill virtually at any point in this game, ahead or behind. As long as he isn't moving into a team fight, you're probably good. I love and hate Gragas, man. I feel like I was getting a little bit sick of him, but he kind of fell right back out of the meta once more. At the very least, it was getting less prioritized because it feels like things have shifted back towards the bot lane continuity of Jinx Aphelios in terms of what you're grabbing first during a draft. Speaking of which, that is Jinx getting first Tower Gold solo, so Peace Pipe is certainly going to be an issue.
Honestly, I would like to see the difference in gold right now in favor of Peace Pipe onto Juicebox.
It's a full
because
1,000.
as you can see, yeah, essentially 1,000 gold in favor of the Jinx at 15 is not a dooming sentence, but it's certainly something that can complicate a lot of situations for the game. I think they are going to flash.
Yeah, that's actually depth charge first, and yeah, on top of that, Phoenix Flare will ride their boar. Peptic gonna try to flash back, get a good W off, but Prim is gonna pick the kill up. Solemn not there in time with the Chaos Storm, but Bruiser wrapping around the far side might actually try to reinitiate this one. Jinx is in the area. The Seraphine is bot. Juicebox will have to try to teleport in if this turns into a team fight. Let's see what the Jinx can do. Already, Kartana has gotten past the Flame Choppers, but they get rooted all the way back out. There's a counter strike. Disaster! The Kraken is dead. Phoenix Flare is trying to peel for the rest of their team. They flash over the wall, but that's a double now. 2 shutdowns in fact to the hypercarry of First Class, and the other kill, it goes over to the victor. What can you say besides utter domination for First Class?
Remember we were talking about, oh wait a second, Solem? Oh,
he's fine. Remember, Prim doesn't do damage, dude.
Yeah, that's true. It's the sad part of being in action this game. Maybe here they can try and accomplish something, but I was going to say, remember we were talking about how the Sejuani was the one getting the kills and the shutdown was in her favor? Well, Peace Pipe got the shutdown off of the Sejuani, so no more good things out of that Sejuani, giving so much gold to the Jinx, losing the fight, losing the second Herald. Yes, it's not, I forgot the name of the first Herald, but it's not the first Herald. It's not plating time, so it's not going to be the best. But it's still such a big victory for First Class.
Yeah, what is the terms? It's like Shelly and then Shirley. I just call them both Shelly, honestly. I like to buck trends. I was having this
the second name. Like,
I think it's Shirley is the second one. Maybe I'm wrong. It could be like Sheldon or something. Here's the thing.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I've been having the dispute. Apparently, I use a lot of like League of Legends like terms wrong. I was having a dispute with Yanni the other week where we were watching an Aphelios, and I thought that like you could say green-white don't fight and red-white don't fight, but apparently nobody says green-white don't fight. Even though I think Calibrum plus Chakram is still a really OP combo on that pick.
I think it's depending on the situation. If I'm not wrong, you want green-white when you want to poke pre-fight. So it's not necessarily a fight stance, but more so a burst into poke combo potential.
I guess that's true.
Kind of like how today he's essentially one-shotted Hansama in the MSI. Pretty much that sort of burst combo.
Oh man, that last fight of the series was actually crazy. The amount of damage that Chovy did, very much kind of reminiscent of what Peptic just did to Juicebox there in that play. Getting the kill onto the set's pretty nice. Like I said before, it allows you to build relatively greedy on this champion in the support role. If you get some gold over early, this is one of those times where I actually think that like sometimes gold on supports is good. I know we've disputed that in the past too, quite a bit, TDS.
Oh, Peace Pipe here? Dude, that good opportunity.
Yeah, Kartana with a great flank as well. I think that the Jinx is just no way they get to see me on the blast plan as well. Are you kidding me?
And I think actually Improvise messed up that kill there, because he pushed away the Jinx from the explosive cast. That was the damage. That was the last bit of damage. Oh no, Improvise.
Yeah, and now First Class is looking for the re-engage, and they're going to get it off the Phoenix Flare, who just manages to Arctic Assault away. But we talk about flanks, and now it's Bruiser's turn. They get down onto Improvise. Phoenix Flare's got nowhere to go. Seraphine manages to get over to the wall and to safety. Prim is also going to try to hook shot away. And while that is a huge encore to keep these two members alive, they're shoved solo under turn. It is a double shot off of the ultimate from the Jinx. The Super Mega Death Rocket is going to cascade into a triple kill. First Class with a massive opening volley in the series.
And it's called Super Mega Death Rocket for a reason, Yarko, because it gets you kills. It's supposed to get you kills, not like E2, but actually like Peace Pipe there. Perfect rocket, but overall, perfect fight coming there from the blue side, getting onto the back from multiple members. Juicebox was just coming off of base, and Karchana was out of position. It was an advantageous fight from start to finish for fast pace. The fact that they don't kill Peace Pipe is already a bad sign, but then the way that they were collapsed on multiple times just perfectly enabled them to win the fight. Huge props to them. XG, it's not looking the best at this point in the game.
I mean, you got the carries fed and more. The initiation off of Truist is going to be immense, as they already have the Jack Show, and they are building towards full-on AP resist and tenacity to ensure that Juicebox can't do anything in this game alongside Kartana. Prim is already out in a non-factor, so why not just go for full MR? And I don't really see a way that First Class loses this, I'm gonna be real.
Well, I would never discount the human factor because of the fact that so many people can make mistakes, but
But
I
this
would
is the
agree,
easy to execute
honestly.
comp, TDS. That's
Yeah,
the
I would
thing.
agree as well. It's really difficult to find angles to mess this up because when Jinx has 2 items, you pretty much can win almost any fight. Oh, Peace Pipe.
That was a crazy dredge line hitbox. Just by the way, I don't know how much it matters though. Peace Pipe is getting double stunned, and that actually allows for Prim to land the fully charged ultimate. It's a great wombo combo there from XG Lightning. And hey, maybe Prim is in fact back into that. That's a lot of gold because of how fed the Jinx was.
The only bad part about that is the fact that Prim gets the kill onto the target that doesn't get the kill onto G-Box. So the revive passive doesn't really get any value in that play. But yeah, any bit of gold is almost always good gold. They also get a shutdown inside of the mid lane. So putting onto their damage, they are doing Baron, by the way.
Yeah, it's an interesting call by First Class here because Akshan is pressuring the mid quite nicely, and it isn't like XG Lightning doesn't know this is happening. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of vision, but the suspicions are true. Phoenix Flare has Smite, is over the wall. We could be seeing a classic throw TDS to start us off
really
in
could
Grand
be.
Finals. Things begin as they end. There's the dive in. It's stolen by Cartana, and XG Lightning find everything they need to stabilize. That's a massive encore as well. Multiple blue squad members are falling. Truist gets rooted up, tries to flash away, but a triple kill for Juicebox keeps them relevant, and Solid has nowhere to go. More artillery fire over the wall. Prim gets it, and TDS, what a caster curse. I thought there was no way back into this, but XG Lightning find everything to steamroll ahead on gold.
And this is why Nyarko we never can call a game over, because this can happen. Human mistakes can almost always occur, and it happens in the worst possible moment for First Class. It's not only the Baron, by the way, it's the bounty, it's the shutdowns, it's the kills, it's the turnaround that will come over for all First Class fans. If this goes wrong for you in the first game, commit your complaints towards Nyarko. He was the one that caster cursed you.
Understand it, TDS. You could walk the game home. Why would you ever make such a
Why the
coin
Baron?
flippy play, dude?
Yeah.
Like, Prim was pressuring mid, like we said, he's on the tier 2 tower. You could reclaps on him, get the kill, pivot into a Baron from there, but no, instead, you give basically a free flank angle for the Akshan. Juicebox rotates in. Phoenix Flare has the hero play over the wall. Cartana is actually the one that manages to secure it, even with both smites available for First Class and XG Lightning. And it's just madness on the Rift. Now the game's blown wide open. XG Lightning have found a window to get back into this.
So the good part, and it's the good part because they are still alive in the game technically, it's that they still have a Jinx and a Victor.
Yep.
It's still 23 minutes into the game, and they still have an action that barely just completed the second item. Now has some more company. So opportunity-wise, it's still there for First Class, and they do have the champions to be able to pull it off. Bad thing for them, or another good thing for them, is that they got the third dragon, so they kind of stopped the potential soul taking for XG, and that is going to delay them in the game. But if they lose anything more, yep.
Everything used, and Solemn is getting whittled down.
Yep.
Prim going on a killing spree, although it is traded mid lane. That's a shutdown over to Peace Pipe immediately after Juicebox starts stabilizing on gold. They deliver a nice package to keep the Jinx ahead, and that certainly is a scary prospect for XG Lightning. That is the wrong person to try to give momentum back over to, although Truist is on vision. They were just trying to clear out a control ward, and now they're dead for doing so. Great Hex Flash there to set up the play off of Improvise.
That's Dragon, by the way. Oh, Jinx may be dead here as well.
Yeah, this is pretty disastrous. Great
Yep.
showstopper by Peptic to peel away the Sejuani. But there's too
this is
many
back.
members of Red Squad here. Although, we gotta say, Bruiser's in a great position now after killing Improvise. He is chased away by Cartana, but if they start stormtroopering into the Jax, there's a good chance that the Grand Duelist lives up to their name. Actually, I think Fiora's the Grand Duelist. Excuse me on that front. But regardless, the Jax is still pretty scary, and I think one of the carries that we aren't really featuring super heavily on First Class's side up until this point.
I honestly prefer so much this movement that they are doing right now. Just collect the dragon, free soul point, no need for anything else. And even if they don't get the kill on Peace Pipe, as soon as Truist died, it was a free Baron, a free dragon, because no smite on the other team. It's so easy to collect there. it was a tit for tat in a way with the fight, with getting the kill into the picture, but answered by Juicebox. But the better movement came in from XG, and they are doing really good moves to try and secure the victory back into their favor. Prim, no.
Yeah, things are looking grim for Prim, though. Encore comes through just a little bit too late. Juicebox gets some burn damage out onto Bruiser, but I still think that the Jax just walks this off. At 2 items, one of them being Wit's End, it's pretty difficult to land a killing blow from that far away onto the Seraphine. And so XG Lightning just have to settle for getting picked once more. The Baron Nashor buff has gone away at this point, and First Class is just looking to restabilize, scaling certainly in their favor, but XG Lightning have accelerated the pace of the game quite a bit by going to Soul Point, and therefore First Class now has to basically win a fight within the next few minutes in order for me to say, yeah, I think that they can actually take this game home via scaling.
It's possible. Like, I still think it's not in a bad position for First Class, even with the throw in the Baron. That being said, I still think XG can do it as well, because now Prim actually is dealing damage. He's actually feeling like an AD carry. And the Seraphine also, for all we said about the lack of damage, even though she still is not comparable to the picture, she's doing a much better job. And those healings are going to matter, especially if they do get the soul. That can be a game-turning situation, and I think that that's something that XG can play around with. But even though the game was looking so doomed with how it kind of was going before that Baron, it now really could be anyone's game.
It's actually horrifying how much more gold Prim has than Solemn at this point, off of just a few shutdowns and some choicey picks. Right now, Akshan is actually rivaling the Jinx in terms of income, and so like you're saying, TDS, being a champion that scales and spikes a little bit earlier than Peace Pipe does, I think that this is the time for XG Lightning to really make a statement here. They're pushing very aggressively into enemy territory. They're off of Vision, and they're looking for an engage onto Peptic, who just immediately face breakers back Prim, who's in trouble now because of the set W as well. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to snipe yet another champion. The Akshan is dead, and First Class find their angle to run down, improvise, get a double over to Peace Pipe. And now Cortana might actually be in trouble as well. They're able to body slam away, but still Truist is bearing down on top of them. A lot of space bot. First Class, they are ready and raring to try to take a Baron.
Yeah, but it's now a 5v3. This is a more plausible Baron to take down. Obviously, Phoenixler is still alive, has a smite. They don't have the vision just yet, so they have to be extra careful. They are taking a bit of damage on the side, but Juicebox actually is going to die. Wait,
yeah, Juicebox getting run down. But look at this, the rotation in. First Class maybe losing the Baron for this. Phoenix Flare is on top of the big purple worm. Here comes Truist trying to relocate in time. Showstopper from Peptic. It's going low. It is in fact stolen. XG Lightning continue to hold on. Yes, the Sejuani does fall to Peace Pipe 13. But First Class will be denied a second Baron buff. Are you fucking kidding me?
This shouldn't be legal, Nyarko. This should not be legal or happening at all. They are giving up their Baron just cause. Prim trying to look for Peace Pipe here, but that should have been an easy Baron. And if someone is disengaging from it, you disengage from it in general. Oh no, Peace Pipe, you're here alone.
Oh my god, we're going to 5 games, TDS. I can feel it. Neither of these teams seem to know how to end a game. Like, we are even at the 29-minute mark. Soul is about to come up for XG Lightning, but First Class can rally. Yes, they are denied the Baron. Yes, there's priority for Red Squad, but because the Jinx is so fat, I don't really know the extent to which it matters.
I'm honestly completely unsure how it's going to end up going here, because it looks like First Class should have it, and then they should be able to take it with their champions, but they just go for weird situations that are really questionable, and they end up throwing the game. I don't want to be too harsh. I'm trying to moderate my language, Narco. Trying to be better.
I dropped my one F-bomb pretty early on in this series, so it's going to be a rough one for me.
It's just the first game, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, like, what a first game. What a way to open up this grand finals, though. XG Lightning so tenacious, pushing from behind, and finding so many angles, even in dark moments. It's impressive to see. First Class also do have to be praised for getting the leads that they established early on in this game, but now they are, in fact, going to have to try to face down XG Lightning, pushing in for the Dragon Soul, and there's so so much engage potential for Red Squad available right now. We'll have to see whether or not Blue Team can actually get into the pit, or if they just maybe respect XG Lightning at this point in time.
Makes sense if they are trying to respect
Bruiser?
him. Oh,
Oh
they know
no. What a
that's
flank,
so.
man. On vision and everything. And now it's a
That's
massive encore.
oh
Juicebox
no.
has torn this game asunder.
That's not
Cortana
only
calls
so.
up the explosive cast. It's a double kill for Prim. Peptic is isolated. Truce is sent on the run. XG Lightning. Textbook play. They will get themselves Soul. They will get themselves a quadra kill onto Prim. And they are looking to end the game.
The only bad part is they didn't have any soul, but yeah, they are looking for it. They have 40 seconds on most of their champions. 20 on Bruiser, that was the first one to fall over, so maybe there's a chance to protect this, but that was perfect coming in from XG. I don't know about Juniorco, but I'm kind of hinting a ban on the Seraphine for the second game, because those ultimates from Juicebox have been amazing, and I do think now, yeah, they are going to be able to close out this game. They have the numbers advantage, they have the damage, and they have in their pockets the first game victory.
Unbelievable performance by XG Lightning. So clean at the very end. As soon as they broke their head above water and found themselves at even footing with First Class after a difficult early game, they showed that they know how to leverage a lead. They showed that they know how to team fight, and First Class looked like sitting ducks. Bruiser fails off of a desperate flank. On vision, the zombie ward saw them, and from there, XG Lightning was able to turn the 4v5 into an absolute slaughter, and therefore they deservedly walk away with game number 1. 2 Baron steals on top of it all. What a way to start off the series, TDS.
And that's honestly the biggest thing that the players from First Class have to be hitting themselves over, right? It's those 2 Baron buffs. Those 2 were when they were completely in control of the game. They had no need for going into that or trying to play around it. And both of the losses of the Baron buffs end up destroying their game number 1. Really unlucky, because I do think that they played a lot of the game really, really well. They had really good plans. They played around their carries effectively. It's just those 2 Baron buffs that really pushed them into the bad part of the game. And then obviously the last fight, where it's a complete 5v5 and you set yourself up in a disadvantageous position, then a Seraphine hits a 4-man ultimate. What can you really do at that point?
Well, First Class played too fast and too loose once they got the lead. XG Lightning made me eat my words for sure. Almost immediately after I said I don't think there's any coming back from First Class's scaling. Alas, the team from 6,000 gold ahead with the hyper carries on their side, having multiple kills to their name, were fell by XG Lightning, who, off the back of Prim, in fact, got a quadra kill at the very end and take home game number 1. And they are setting themselves up for quite the run here in this grand finals. First Class are going to have to bounce back. They're going to have to adjust their play if they want to survive.
Fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. My niggas not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Swizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him here, bust it down, lead the back plane. That's why this bitch in my whip got your last name. So down when I'm top on the phone. Lead the car running low, cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad, stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Swizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him here, bust it down, lead the back plane. That's why this bitch in my whip got your last name. So down when I'm top on the phone. Lead the car running low, cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad, stay talking the most. Lee said with your chest when you talk to the goal. to the shit you gotta learn to respect. Stand with your chest when you talk to the goat.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division Grand Finals matchup between First Class and XG Lightning. And speaking of that latter team, TDS, I think we watched one of the craziest comebacks that I've ever casted. Yes, on paper, they were not down a whole lot of gold, but they were facing down a Jax, a Victor, and a Jinx, and yet XG Lightning from behind steal two Barons, get off a beautiful fight at the 35 minute mark, and they walk the game home off of it. First Class looking and left stunned after that.
I would be stunned as well. Like 2 Baron steals in a row. Because those were the only 2 Baron buffs that we had in the game, and they still came through with that. I feel like there's a lot of potential momentum taken away from First Class in the way that they lost. And then for XG as well, it's a good way to try and push their momentum forward, because technically they were not doing the best in all of the game. So this could be a good opportunity to try and turn around certain things. But First Class, really, they could go for the same comp and execute just 2 things differently, and that's it. They probably win the game. So the Jinx first pick, not surprising here at all. Good Gragas ban as well, by the way.
I usually like to see killer instincts from my team. You know, when First Class got the lead, it looked like they were just trying to cement the game with an early Baron take, and they just went off of it. But sometimes, unfortunately, your eyes are bigger than your stomach. Your eyes are bigger than your abilities. And because that was the case, XG Lightning rallied. And it looks like we're getting a little bit of a run back to start us off, TDS. Obviously, the Gragas is banned away, so we can't see the exact same comp from XG. But they do start themselves off with the Sejuani to answer back against the first pick Jinx.
And instead of Seraphine, it's going to be the Saya. So we're going to have traditional AD carries on both sides. I like the Saya because even though she doesn't have the big anchor that can win you the fights like we saw in the last fight of the game, it's still a pretty good AD carry to be safe by yourself. And you have a self-building ultimate, which will almost always find value. And this also enables now the Rakan pick to be even higher priority because of the good combination that you can come through here with the Saya.
Yeah, I think that Xayah Rakan is a very, very strong duo. It's particularly good into Jinx as long as you are cognizant of both the support and what the abilities of support are, as well as the Flame Chompers. You could do a lot to actually punish this champion early. Xayah has an immense power spike at level 6, and Jinx, because they're so immobile, especially if they don't have first item at that point, can just be found as a sitting duck. But instead, XG Lightning re-angled themselves towards a Milio to go with the Xayah.
I was just going to quickly say First Class really wants to go for maybe the same comp. 3 out of 3 champions in the same order so far. Maybe they do think that that was the comp to try and win that first game. Milios to go with the Sai in the bot lane, not necessarily a bad option. Obviously, being able to put the range even higher for the Sai is always great, especially to spread the feathers even better. And then also the constant healing, quite similar to the Seraphine. Obviously, in comparison that he's not going to get any farm, and he's going to be a bit more supported than the Seraphine. Still, having that kind of global cleanse for your team is almost always great.
Yeah, definitely the case. I'm very interested to see if we are going to be getting an Akshan return for XG Lightning, because I'm gonna be real here, TDS, and I already look like a complete idiot given my statements in game number 1, but I'm gonna continue to dig my own grave. I don't think that like the Akshan was very good. It managed to benefit from a lot of wonky game states, but let's be real, any other champion could have probably been better for Prim, particularly during that early laning phase to try to punish the Victor.
Being honest, I agree. I don't think that the action was the main win condition nor anything special. I do think that it was a good wild card to try and pull off in the first game, because it was the first game of the series, so it gives you more leeway to try and mess around with certain picks and things like that. But certainly any other champion could probably do something similar and accomplish really good success. That's why now they're pivoting away from the action and opting into the Anivia. Good scaling mage in the mid lane, good scaling champion overall, really high value, especially to deny someone like the Udyr from going in. The wall can be so useful, and the ultimate as well to slow champions down, especially low mobility champions, can be really effective as well. That being said, a great champion that can get on top of the Anivia, the Milio, or the Saya really quickly can be quite effective. That's a Serat support.
I like this. This is one of the ways to cut back against the utility of the Milio. When Ultra Mega Fire Kick is your only real poke tool, and you are a champion that gets absolutely shredded because your healing off a Cozy Campfire isn't super
Yep.
great early on, you might as well get a champion that can land skill shot after skill shot and whittle you alongside your AD carry low. And beyond that, it also puts Milio into an awkward position as to whether or not they want to go for Spell Thief's Edge, because it's just really hard to get good trades against the Xerath.
More than likely he will win most of those trades. So probably it's going to be a really good bot lane coming in for first class. If they do make a big mistake early on, could end up dampening their good attempts. But overall, I think it's not a bad pick at all. And here they are maybe going to change situation here. Gragas is obviously banned, so they are going to opt into the Yorn. Not a bad choice, has a lot of potential kill threat on a lot of champions. Multiple champions end up being victim to the Yorn. But overall, for what the team was asking, which was engage and a good tank, I think Ornn is going to fit that build perfectly fine. And that way they can try and reach the backline, because we need to remember there's not a big frontline coming in from first class. Yes, Udyr is going to be tanky, but not as tanky as Ornn Sejuani in my eyes, at least.
Yeah, and we don't have the set anymore. Instead, going for the Xerath,
Yeah.
it's a very different look for the bot lane of first class. And XG Lightning now have actual damage in the AD carry role. I know that the Seraphine did a hell of a lot in game number 1, but
Yep.
that was mostly just facilitation. I think that the fact that the Gragas was banned and now you have a Xayah instead of a Seraphine for Juicebox means that going towards a very reliable tank makes a lot of sense up against the Jax, especially because Bruiser 2012 has proven themselves as a very strong competitor in 1v1s up until this point in the BOL.
Exactly. It's not a bad option to try and deny one of the stronger points that maybe it's on the other side, right? So obviously going to play a bit more safer in that sense, and still the value for the rest of the team is going to be quite high in general. I really want to put a focus on that Anivia pick though, because I do think that it may be one of the make or breaks for this game. Not necessarily because she will fall off as the action kind of did at one point and then came back thanks to the shutdowns, but more so because you really cannot allow for her to get completely dumpstered. You want for her to be in a comfortable spot, be able to farm enough so that she can find value early on. But the important part is that she's not completely far behind so that she cannot reach that second to third item mark. Because that's where she really spikes, and that's where, with her cooldowns now down to a good enough level, you can really pull off a lot of fights easier with her.
I'm usually pretty pessimistic about a lot of these control mage picks that aren't Victor in the mid lane, but Anivia is one of the exceptions for me. I love this champion. I think that it is massively underplayed even at a competitive level. Her zone control is beautiful. I think that it's actually going to kind of fulfill Seraphine's role to a degree because that's the case. And, you know, it also does damage on top of everything else. It will also provide a great follow-up CC set in order for Xayah to get the most value possible.
Any value for the team is always going to be good value. And like we were pointing out, the fact that there's so many champions that are realistically slow or immobile really kind of may enable the Anivia to find even more value. One misposition by the Xerath, one misposition by the Victor, one misposition by the Jinx. Could be one good stone from the Anivia, and there's no escaping that, because even if you're able to flash away, you're slowed. You're stuck in a really uncomfortable spot, and it's easy to follow on top of you. So I can really see this Anivia not only finding a lot of value, like you're pointing out, but really messing up with these champions that are kind of her favorite threat to go against.
All right. Well, we aren't seeing anything crazy in terms of pivots during the client draft phase. Not that there's really a whole lot you can do on either side. It's a pretty relegated composition, especially for first class. I mean, as much as I would love to see Xerath mid, I don't really exactly know what you're pivoting into the support role in order to compensate for it. Maybe it's like Victor top, Jax jungle, and you get Udyr support. That's actually something I've never tested out, but I imagine that that's like actually miserable and unplayable.
I feel like it could happen. Obviously,
Really?
wouldn't recommend it. We do not condone if it happens in game. We do not recommend anyone from pulling it up, but it could happen, right? And it could be really fun to see.
I mean, anything can happen right at that front. Dude, I miss like Jax Pantheon bot. I was jamming that for a while. That's actually a cracked combo in low elo. Maybe we'll eventually see that be busted out here, especially if first class, wants to pivot Bruiser into something more tanky, but these are all massive speculations that I don't think that chat is super happy about me bringing to the table when we got a real game on our hands with real champions being picked and taken into this match. TDS, I'm super excited for this one because First Class clearly has what it takes to grab some games. They had a very clean early. It was just a matter of XG Lightning exploiting some major mistakes on First Class's side.
Yep.
The double Baron steal is just going to be something that lives rent free in my mind for the rest of this best of 5. If we get those little things, and by little things I mean massive game throwing plays, cleaned up, I think First Class can easily make this a competitive series. Let's see if they could do it here in game number 2. We're gonna throw it to a quick break, guys. We'll see you on the other side.
The world is ours tonight.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division Grand Finals. First Class are returning to Blue Side, looking to right the wrongs that happened in game. And number one, they're running back basically the same composition, with the exception of Peptic shifting over to the Zerath, which kind of is diametrically opposed to the set. But besides that, it's the same team. XG Lightning, on the other hand, they pivot quite a bit, while Phoenix Flare is returning to the Sejuani. We're getting a new look everywhere else. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense that they are trying to change their game plan around, because it was a miracle they walked away with game number one. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that they were able to win was surprising. Credit to them for being able to pull it off at the end, but it didn't work out to maybe their best interest, especially on the early stages. That's something that we've been talked about, but the Baron throw was the saving grace. But before that, there was a lot of First Class just dominating a lot of the situations and making it in their favor. So now with this newer game plan, a bit more similar compositions on both sides, they can maybe play a bit more comfortable or normal, to put it like that, and try and play the game in an easier manner.
I feel that we've peaked too early, man. What in the world are we going to do to measure up to game number one, where I lost my sanity, 2 Baron throws back to back? Yeah, we've certainly had a lot of craziness in the Blue Otter League, but I was not expecting to ramp up to that degree. And frankly, I don't actually think there's ever been a game where 3 Barons have been stolen.
Honestly, it would be exceptionally surprising. So hopefully, like, this could be just the extra game in the series where nothing really happens. It's just complete domination, and then the third game is the one that lives up to expectations.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
perhaps. Yep, we'll see who starts to stomp off then in this game number two. Right now, things are looking pretty even on both sides. I want to keep my eyes on the bot lane matchup, as Peptic should just have rule of the roost here versus Juicebox and Improvise. This Milio is just going to struggle to do a whole lot besides reactively get good shields off to keep the health bar of the Xayah topped up. But beyond that, I mean, they can't really poke. They can't do a whole lot. And this Xerath needs gold early on, so I think really bring a lot of value to the table. And as we kind of mentioned during the draft phase, we are already seeing Improvise with some improvisations. They go for the Relic Shield instead of the Spell Thief's Edge.
Taking a bit more of a safer approach, because this way he's going to be able to survive the trades a bit better, obviously provide even extra help for the side to collect some of that farm. And I think it's also going to help in terms of pushing the wave in certain situations. So maybe trying to alleviate some of the growing pains that a double range bot lane like the Sarah Jinx can really put onto the Xayah. All in all, not dislike the idea, and if it can set up later on for good plays or make him a bit more survivable compared to where Milio typically is, that's still going to be a good thing. Both junglers on bot side, by the way.
Yep, Truist playing in a little visit, but inside of the Tribush, we got an early word from XG Lightning that spots him out. So the Man Bear Pig does get a little bit of gold for the visit down there, but not a whole lot else. Big rotation from XG Lightning into River, actually. It looks like we may be getting the first duel over the Scuttle Crab we've seen in a while. I feel like this is just not something you see in League of Legends anymore. It's almost like vintage at this point.
Well, Scuttle Crabs were more valuable way before. So as of now, I don't think that it's that impactful to try and win it. Like, even if you get double crab, it really doesn't matter that much. Like, you can recover effectively if you're able to find other avenues. But as of now, it's not to the same, oh, unlucky, to the same degree as it was way before.
Bring back the Crab Clash, man. That was a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff I'm actually pretty nostalgic about for, middle era League of Legends, or maybe even like latter era League of Legends that have like fallen to the wayside in recent seasons. I really want them to revert the teleport changes. I know that Unleashed teleport's actually getting upgraded at like 10 minutes now instead of 14, following the mid-season patch. But I still want the Avengers Assemble bot lane 5v5s that we occasionally got in competitive play. Now they're just the thing of the past, man.
That's something I expect for someone from top lane or jungle would say, not someone that main support, if I'm honest.
I mean, if I'm a support, I'm the thick of it, right? It allows me to not have to think about roaming, and I still get a lot of value as long as I play well. That's my philosophy at the very least.
But if right now you're playing enchanters, isn't it worse since you're essentially going to die first?
Nah, Emilio's so good in the 5v5, dude.
3-6.
Pre-6, he's still getting the 5v5.
Fair
There's a
enough.
campfire, cracked as hell, only if you're hitting multiple people with it. The passive stacking is absurd early.
Okay, you heard it here. Nyarko wants everyone to fight. Prim needs to be careful, but I think it should be fine. It's way too difficult to get on top of this Anivia,
Yeah.
and she's dealing quite a bit of good damage. But that's the big thing. A bit of a preview from what could happen later in the game. The shield, the wall is going to stop Trist from being able to get to a lot of situations because pretty much he's going to need to run over the wall to be able to do it or flash over it. And at that point, you're kind of giving yourself towards the walls.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Truist didn't just flash over the Nivea wall to try to get down onto this champion. Phoenix Flare was there to rotate in, but you probably could have gotten that summoner spell out of the Nivea, if not a little bit more. Now, topside, level 6 has been crested by both champions. Kartana is going to start us off with the Call of the Forge God and great immune there with the Bellows Breath to ensure that Bruiser can't get anything done. However, still the Jack stays alive and is relatively healthy. No summoner spells or anything traded right now, and things are looking pretty sleepy to start us off.
Well, technically, it's advantage for the Ornn, for the Jax, because the Ornn used ultimate and they
True.
didn't get anything going there. Really good way of playing around it from Bruiser not giving himself an opportunity to die in that position. And with that now, maybe it could be an opportunity to look for a kill up there in the top lane. Both of them know they are there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that for me, if the Ornn has the ability to push for a kill, you might as well do it because even if you burn a lot of resources, you can then just play safe for quite a while. That's just how the champion functions. Prim is in a little bit of trouble here. Now Flash is being used by Truist. They do get on top of this champion, but the Anivia prevents their passive from being popped with about 100 health, and that means they will live to egg another day.
The big issue though is that she did lose quite a bit of health, so now it's going to be a bit more difficult for her to be able to stay in lane. If she misplays, she may end up dying and popping that passive and not pop it in a place where she's safe, but more so in a place where she could end up dying. Forcing quite a bit onto Truist. Maybe we see a fight because of the collapse here though.
Yeah, I think the positioning
Okay.
from first class was a little bit awkward there, but Prim isn't very healthy at this point in time, doesn't have any summoner spells up, so it could be a little bit difficult to put the burden on XG Lightning's mid laner to try to go in and collapse. So with that in mind, we're instead just getting a return to the lanes, and now
No.
Phoenix Flare is looking to set up with an ultimate onto Solemn, but Prim just has to book it away, and Chaos Storm is actually going to pop the passive of the Anivia, and you can call that pretty favorable for first class's mid laner.
But that was a big thing with that play. Prim barely had any mana left, and then after that, also the fact that he didn't have that much health either. So you were kind of forcing yourself on a situation where you're not in the advantage, and you used ultimates to be able to pull that up, but there was no flash used by the Anivia either, by the Victor either. So it just ends up benefiting the Victor. Oh, Cortana.
Yeah, Cartana's in a little bit of trouble, but we've already talked at length about it being an Ornn, so therefore he gets to safety with the flash. Improvise is just going to walk away from the Super Mega Death Rocket, fire it off, and that means that now Peace Pipe is actually going to struggle to have a lot of kill pressure onto the Xayah who are very low, don't get me wrong, but, you know, there's not really much in the way of follow-up kills that can come through, especially without Peptic being a level 6.
And honestly, they've already done a pretty good job at gaining the advantage in the bot lane. Look at the Xayah CS difference. Right now, she's going to back maybe lose out on a plate because of the positioning and the advantage that the Xayah, that the Jinx and the Seraph are going to get. Oh, Solemn,
Solemn has
Panic
one of the
Flash.
most reflexive flashes I've ever seen. It doesn't really get the Victor anywhere. Phoenix Flare is able to run them down, and that's a great
Come
wall into
on.
Blizzard. Prim getting first blood.
Can you believe we've gone almost 10 minutes with no first blood? Completely different to the previous game. Already good start for Prim. Actually, this is a much better start for Prim compared to the previous game. First blood, really good kill. Panic Flash, but Solemn not the best. But at least, even if they lost the first blood, they are going to get this herald.
Yeah, Truist grabbing that is going to be a huge boon for first class, who really need a bit of jungle presence in order to get the game started. XG Lightning has had their first blood delayed for a while, but alas, a kill has gone over to them now, and they have a small gold lead because of it. However, you still got to look at first class as the team that outscales, and the fact that that Rift Herald goes over, and we still have plenty of time before the plates fall, means that first class can easily set up for something, and they have plenty of time with which to play with Truist to really get themselves an advantage.
Certainly, at the very least, they will have time. Now, it's on them to be able to find the most value possible. I would hope that they try to use it towards the Jax, because I feel like that's a lane that if you're able to give that influx of gold into, then you can pretty much leave it be, and it's going to find a lot of value by himself. So wouldn't be against it. Juicebox uses the cleanse in Vision, if I'm not wrong, because it was on top of a minion as well. So now they know that there's no cleanse for Desire. Really unlucky.
Pretty big all-in top side here from Bruiser. Kartana is going to activate the Call of the Forge God, and so far they're winning the trade in terms of health, but with the Grandmaster's Might, Bruiser does manage to slip away to safety off of a Leap Strike while protecting their health bar. Now, bot side of the map, Juicebox is looking for a play. Jax is going for the re-engage. Kartana headbutts away, tries to get the Bell's Breath down, will not be able to land it because of the range and the flash burnt by Bruiser 2012. And once again, we show both sides bristling, trying to find a fight, but nothing has been accomplished yet. No kills for either side.
And there was a flash blown from the top lane, but also from the bot side. Peace Pipe used both summoners to be able to survive the engage coming in from Juicebox. That's going to be a huge advantage coming in for the bot side. They can push this wave, take away some farm from the Jinx, and then since nobody died, it's still just advantage for XG because they are gaining the gold without really having to die either, and they are denying gold from the side of first class.
Notice it's Phase Rush Ornn. I think this is probably just not updating the runes from Gragas, but Kartana could have the sauce. Who knows?
Maybe it's his attempt at being able to solo kill a lot of people. I prefer the Spellbook or the Grasp because it gives you more threat and damage towards certain champions, but I can respect adapting onto certain matchups maybe.
Like this is the reversal of adapting. I'm pretty certain they just didn't update the runes, man.
I want to give the benefit of the doubt to Kurtan. I think he actually did.
All right, well, we'll take that. Yeah, Kartana, regardless, has been doing a good job keeping this top lane stable versus the Jax. They have very different angles by which they're able to scale into the late game, and obviously it kind of sucks that Bruiser just has not been pressured whatsoever. But Kartana, at the same time, will always have guaranteed value with the ornaments, and stacking gold on this champion means that they're going to be even harder to kill. Obviously, there's a lot of ways by which to whittle this champion down come mid, come late because of Peace Pipe and a Solemn alongside Bruiser, but for the time being, I think the Ornn is sitting pretty.
Kartana is winning now those trades, small trades. The shorter they are, the better they are for Kartana because he gets more value off of his passive and then innate tankiness. So can make them work really well. He's forcing out the Jax. That means that's going to be a play for the Ornn in the top lane. But Solemn is coming up there. Meanwhile, they're doing the Dragon on the side of XG. Solemn is going to try and get a kill for the Jax. Oh, and even one more.
It's interesting that Kartana decides to stay for that plate. They know that Solemn is coming up, but now it is a 2v1. However, it's one that Kartana is holding on quite nicely in. Truist is rotating in, but now they're stunned up by Prim, who's also come through to try to save the Ornn. Eventually, the Forge God will fall, and Prim is now getting rushed down as well. So this could be a scary thing for XG Lightning to try to hold on through, but they weather the storm off of the Anivia passive, although it is still a 1-0 in favor of first class.
And that's why you take Flash on the Udyr, because now you can go over the wall. Oh, wait, Truist, no.
Unfortunately, they don't have Flash anymore, TDS, and that means that Truist is still getting punished mightily. They're able to get out of the way of the Glacial Prison from Phoenix Flare, but Prim, with a long-range snipes from under the tower, manages to get another kill over to the Anivia, and XG Lightning eventually, after a delayed time there, get the cross map off of the Dragon, and they get a kill back in the top.
Yeah, they are doing everything in their power to be able to get this skill onto Juicebox, by the way, though. Oh, but
Featherstorm forced out. Now. Yeah, really good play there by Peptic, actually. Right at the Arcane being traded for the Featherstorm massively favors first class. Obviously, it's great to use that on the Xerath, but now Juicebox just doesn't have the evasion that kind of defines Xayah as a champion, and it means that the utility of this pick during team fights for the next few moments is going to be mightily reduced, so first class is in striking distance and making something happen, maybe say around this next Rift Herald.
Yeah, as long as they get gold, that's going to be almost always good for first class. They got quite a bit for this Jinx. Yes, they didn't get the kill, but gaining gold, especially after the play that pulled off in the top lane, it's really, really important for them. It's keeping the gold lead in their favor still, even with the kills going in disadvantage to them, and then also losing the first 2 dragons. And luckily for XG though, they pulled out the worst dragon possible.
And we do get to talk about Cloud Soul at the end of the day, my man.
Of course.
What's next? Maybe we're going to end up talking about the affiliates. But right now, we got to talk about the fact that Prim is going to be saved by Improvise, blowing the breath of life. But both of these champions have been taken exceptionally low. Peptic is looking for some more sniper fire. But like I said before, no Rite of the Arcane available. So Xerath is not able to follow up and actually get a kill onto either of these champions. XG Lightning stabilized mid because of it.
And that was such a good play coming in by Improvise. The attempt from
Oh.
no.
That is solid.
That is a good
Looking to
flash
crash
there.
a wave. Good flash like you're talking about. Peptic once again going to be able to provide covering fire. Juicebox will be able to clean up this, but Truist is now left alone, rooted up. Phoenix Flare gets it.
Oh,
Prim
Juicebox?
is dead, but Juicebox is hungry and looking for more. Peptic barely able to get behind the tier 1 tower, but they will stay safe. And now they actually return their shots with the Rite of the Arcane coming through. And even 2 for 2 between First Class and XG Lightning.
That could have been so good for XG, but at the end, it's a good trade coming in for First Class. They do get the value Peace Pipe. I don't think this should be enough to get a kill. Weird attempt there by Cortana. I don't think you actually get the kill in any situation there. So it's just going to be the previous 2 kills we saw. And because it was an equal trade, at the end, the gold stays close to the same.
Yeah, the gold is slightly in favor of First Class right now. The fact that they have scaling advantage means a lot, but this is the kind of position we saw in game number 1. Actually, it was more in favor of Blue Squad. XG Lightning were just able to completely turn the game off of a few dicey mid-game calls. And, you know, at this point in time, we haven't had evidence that First Class has cleaned up their act just yet, given the fact that we're only on game number 2. But if we do see development here, if we see them walk home with a lead, we could say that XG Lightning has lost the momentum they gained from the first match. In First Class, you got to credit their unbreakable will because of it.
Exactly, especially with how it ended, you have to give them the props for trying to keep their mental in the best possible place and try and find a lot of value with their champions. Peace Pipe, this could be an attempted kill here for Peace Pipe, actually.
Yeah, a lot of fancy feet, but unfortunately they spend a little bit too long inside of the Blizzard. Prim is able to zone away the Jinx and actually wins because of it. The 1v1 going in favor of XG Lightning, and honestly, this Anivia is looking like a real threat.
Really is getting closer and closer to more items. Has 4 kills as of now. 5 stacks onto the Rod of Ages. Quite good for the Anivia. Stacking slowly but surely towards that tier. Gaining a lot of value, and I think that's going to be one of the big things to keep our eyes on for the later stage of the game, like we were pointing out. That will and the damage is going to make a big difference in most fights. Juicebox as well, slowly but surely getting towards those items, opted into the Kraken Slayer instead of the Gale Force, which against a team that doesn't have a lot of tanks, I'm kind of surprised that was a choice. Not a bad one, just surprised.
All right, while XG Lightning is setting up around the dragon once more, getting themselves the Scuttle Crab, you have to look at the value of this Rift Herald if it crashes in and Jinx is nearby, because the champion gets excited and can turn some very difficult fights in favor of First Class. But it looks like the First Clash is actually going to happen inside of the river. Call of the Forge got activated, and that means that Bruiser is getting knocked up and getting beaten down by Phoenix Flare, who keeps the health advantage, especially with the Breath of Life being activated. Featherstorm working as covering fire, but Improvise is too far forward, and they are run down by Truist, and now Juicebox is dead as well. Peace Pipe will get excited. Peace Pipe will benefit from their passive, and XG Lightning, as hard as they push, find themselves on the back foot, and this is now a dragon setup for First Class.
They still have the close to equal numbers. It's 2 for 1 in the trade. Yes, they lost the bot lane, but because Prism actually got a kill and he's down with a lot of mana on his side, he actually can try and fight around it really effectively. But that was such a weird fight coming in by XG. Really weird development, really weird how it started, and Prim was all the time down on the bot side. Peptic actually hold him over on the side, buying enough time so that the side of XG couldn't really force a good fight on their side. And in the meanwhile, First Class was making the better moves, setting up the better fight overall, and that's why at the end they do win it. But because nobody was healthy enough or in a good enough position to continue it, Dragons is still up, and I think we're going to see another fight potentially.
This is a very interesting call by First Class to go for the resets. They are taking a little bit too long to rotate in. So I think that this is just going to be the Dragon claimed by XG Lightning alongside Soul Point. And, you know, you have Bash the Cloud Soul, but TDS, it still does kind of suck that First Class with the gold lead is giving up what should be some free objectives over to them if they played their cards right regarding the resets.
True, technically it should have been an objective for them, and I thought they should be able to at least keep enough control so that they can come back really effectively. But Carrie's back, then Truist wasn't in a really good spot. Bruiser was the only one close enough to be able to deny some entrance, and then Peptic was coming from down as well, once again trying to maybe find a flank angle or something like that. Really weird decision. But because of that, it's an easy Dragon Collection for XG. I will say I still don't think it's a strong soul. It's better to get it than not getting it though. But at the same time, because First Class is the one that still has the gold lead and great late game champions as well, it's kind of risky to play around getting the soul and then potentially fighting for Elder super early because it may end up benefiting the side of First Class much more so than XG.
Time though, XG is a team that wants to spike a little bit earlier than First Class, and it could align perfectly with the Elder Dragon spawning up. And so we'll see what First Class wants to do around 4th Dragon of this game to see where their heads are at and where they want to go in terms of the plays around neutral objectives. But currently, they're setting their sights on just taking down the top side tier 1 tower. While this is happening, we do finally see a tower going down in favor of XG Lightning in return, it falling in the mid lane, and that's pretty good. They need to try to equalize on that count and get some priority so they can look for some more steals of Baron and River, for instance. That's a big and deep push. Call of the Forge God alongside Phoenix Flare's ultimate being burned, but neither of them are really going to land true. And so with the Glacial Prison down alongside that big engaging ultimate from Cortana, First Class are just kind of able to push back with a lot of manpower dedicated to this top side.
Not gonna lie, I don't understand the decision here by XG. They are I really don't understand that. They committed way too much for Peptic.
Yep.
The support. Yeah, it's a Seraph. It's a support Seraph. It's really not that worthy. And they failed the initial engage, but they are also forced into a really weird spot because over here, they are not only getting pushed, but they are also losing the objectives anyway. So really weird overall sequence of events there for XG. They end up losing the overall aspect of it because even if they get a turret for a turret, Midling was getting pushed. Jinx got free farm without anyone interfering with her life. So really weird decision. Baron doesn't fall down, but XG has been on the back foot for quite a bit already.
That being said, this very long play on the top side of the map does allow for Prim to push down the tier 1 bots, and XG Lightning, because that is the case, are in a position where they're now 2 minutes out from the Cloud Soul, and they now have full wave control over mid as it will start to bounce back because of Juice Box. And from there, First Class could find themselves in a split decision, trying to figure out if they want to actually fight this out, if they want to try to go for another Baron. And I don't know how advisable that is, TDS, given the fact that we've already seen them struggle with these mid-game decisions around the big plays. So XG Lightning could actually just be looking to stabilize. Even if they lose a little bit of value here and there, as we saw with the top side, it doesn't matter. They know that they just have better shot calls when it comes to this point in the game, and the Baron is actually up.
True could really end up being just a play around that. 4 members here on the top side for both sides, although actually 5 members for First Class, 4 for XG. They need to be extra careful about what they opt into here. But like you're pointing out, decision making is probably going to be one of the bigger things in this series, especially after what happened in the first game. And you're going to be really careful about what choices you end up opting into because it may be a repeat of what happened in the first game if you're not careful enough.
Next fight's going to decide a lot because we are moving towards that 24-25 minute mark where First Class is getting a lot of people online. Phoenix Fire is going to start the fight off though. Call the Forge God over the wall is going to get the double knockup. Juicebox is looking for the angle in. They still have their Featherstorm available. They're going to activate it to zone out Peace Pipe for the time being, but still no kills for either side. And Red Team is caught out in this choke point very, very deep into enemy territory. They are going to set themselves back a little bit, looking to move towards the river to actually go for a re-engage.
I wholeheartedly don't know what Peptic did to them. Because it's been way too many times at this point where they have committed for Peptic when it really wasn't that needed. Peace Pipe was on the side by himself. That could have been a better option to go for instead of going for the support Seraph, and now they're committing on Phoenix Flare.
Double knockup once
Ooh.
again. Cartana doing so much to try to stabilize this play, but XG
Really?
Lightning, while they are picking up kills, have a left Peace Pipe open to Free Fire with a full health bar. Once again, Juicebox is trying to zone out the Jinx, but the constant whittling of both
Remy
the
gets
Jinx
stunned.
and the Victor is so scary to deal with. Yes, Truist is being taken
Come on.
low, but look at the engage from Bruiser 2012. The
So-
double leap strike is insane, and yes, Juicebox can kill Solemn, but this is fully in favor of First Class at this point. Improvise is too low to continue to fight this. Prim needs to work as a zoner, but Bruiser 2012 is perfectly happy to jump down on top of the Iceberg. They have Truist here to follow up on the play. The Ultra Mega Fire Kick is going to zone away the Udyr for the time being, but it's going to take so long before the Milio can actually
Bruiser
safely
dies.
back. While that's happening, Prim goes on a rampage, kills Bruiser 2012, but Improvise no longer has the ability to knock away Truist with their Q because of the Ram stance. And not only is it the Milio falling, but it's the Anivia as well. Prim has been completely
He's
caught
back
out.
alive.
Peace Pipe is going to be able to pick this kill up. Yes, the revive comes through, but it's too little too late. That is a delayed ace for First Class, and that is a chance for them to grab themselves a dragon.
More than likely going to be it. They will teleport in Solemn Fortified. And imagine, Yarko, a world where you have ultimates not
Yeah, right?
committed onto Peptic. Wow, that fight probably looks 100% different than what just happened. And even with all of that, they still almost won it. That's the biggest part. It's going to be a Baron trade.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not
Okay.
sure about this. Yeah, they know. No, they have to disengage this. There's no shot you're going to commit to this.
The take is way too slow without the ability for
Yeah.
Juicebox to really clearly and safely access the pit. Because if there's a rotation in, Zaya's going to have to turn and fight. There's not enough time for XG Lightning, even with the empowered Baron backs, to reset. And so therefore, they just back off. They do get vision down, so I don't think First Class can immediately try to rush it as XG Lightning look to cash out what little gold they have obtained in the past few minutes. But right now, with the 4,000, 3,000 gold lead, First Class is in a position to really dominate the Rift, and they will slowly start moving over to the Baron, clearing out vision first.
Exactly. They want to try and keep control, as much control as possible. They don't want to repeat anything from the previous game. So it's certainly important to keep as much control as possible. Inside of the jungle as well, it's still Sejuani, once again, coming in from XG. So they want to not enable Sejuani to be able to jump over walls really easily, block entrances, things like that. I think they are doing a good job, especially with their range, but they have to be careful about not overcommitting because they are playing with a Seraph. It's not a set. If you walk into the jungle without any support, trying to leave some vision, you may end up getting collapsed and dying quite quickly. Although at this point, they've tried quite a lot of times to kill Peptic and they have failed miserably.
I'm actually like clenching every time I see Blue Squad move anywhere near the Baron, man. I am traumatized from game number 1. Whenever the camera is elsewhere on the map, but I see the Xerath or the Udyr hover around the big purple warp, I'm just absolutely terrified of what they're trying to angle towards. Luckily, this time they're just clearing out of control, which is a great step forward for First Class, man, but God, XG Lightning, they know how to land smites. They know how to get the last hit on this objective.
Well, interestingly enough, the first Baron was stolen by the Gragas, not the
Yeah,
Smite. So
yeah.
technically it doesn't even matter if you're good at smiting or not.
I mean, that's why I added, yeah, they also know how to just last hit this by any means necessary. Hook or by crook, XG Lightning has gotten 100% of the Baron Nashers taken so far, and they may actually try to push towards another here. They are on vision, but they know First
They
Class
are
has
forcing
reset.
it way too
Oh,
much.
this is a dicey one, man.
They do it quickly though.
If we see a reverse throw this time onto XG Lightning, I'm going to actually cry. That being said, there's great zoning here. Right, the Arcane is already used. Truist
Okay,
is trying to
they
get in
got
the
it.
pit. They will not be able to do so. The Smite lands cleanly. Bruiser is dueling with 2 members, and Improvise is being taken
Hi.
desperately low. But the Anivia killing Jinx early in this fight means that XG Lightning can push for all that they're worth. Udyr will be shut down.
yeah,
Juicebox
hi.
kills Bruiser, and that's every carry dead. First Class managed to kill Improvise, but they lose everything for doing so. And the Baron Nashor flowing over to Red Squad at this point in time means that now they are able to shove these waves with impunity. We could be seeing the angle for Soul in about 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes, perfectly fine. I don't think they need to overcommit here, but that was such a vastly different Baron setup compared to what we saw in the previous games. Yes, it was Ambition, but crucially, Improvise gave his life to stop Truist from rushing in. No flash, that means that as long as Truist is not close enough, Improvise can really keep them out of it. They also had Prim Prim can destroy that Baron buff. As we saw, the Baron take was actually quite quick. It's still a super risky Baron take because one misstep really could end up giving the opportunity for the enemy team to get it. But the execution and the way that XG thought around it was very different to what First Class did in the first game, and at the end that's why they collect the dragon. Prim should have died though. I will say Prim should have died because he was way too low for comfort. But their fight was also way better, exploding Peace Pipe as soon as possible, and then playing around the fact that they are in a small entrance. That means that the value from the Anivia becomes way bigger, because they can easily stop whoever is coming in with the freeze field.
Kartana at level 14 has given the infinite convergence over to Prim. I like the fact that they are continuing to emphasize the power of the Anivia while buying some time for Juicebox to scale up. And now look at this Call of the Forge God. Look at the ability for Prim to zone out First Class. They are desperately trying to find an angle into the pit to contest this
You don't have
soul.
flash.
But Truist is in a lot of trouble, getting chased down, getting slowed up by the Blizzard as well. Kartana remaining with full health to look for a re-engage and clear out Bruiser and company from getting down onto the backside, getting onto the squishies of XG Lightning, and that means that Phoenix Flare can play so confidently. Solemn with big artillery fire alongside Peptic staying healthy, but with that stun, the Xerath is just deleted by the Anivia, and now the floodgates are broken open, and First Class are sent on the run. Kartana is leading the charge in. Bruiser will be able to leap strike to safety, at least at first, but the wall is stopping their escape. XG Lightning pushing for all that they're worth. Peace Pipe in a lot of trouble. Even with the Gale Force, they will fall. Anivia picks the kill up. Juicebox blows up Truist, and yet again, XG Lightning come back from the break. First Class, killing me damned, have nowhere to go. Even the Milio gets a kill.
And that should be the soul. Honestly, they can look for something more. They do have a wave in mid lane, but probably not going to be able to reach that point as soon as possible. It's still, like you're pointing out, after taking Baron, winning the fight, it's going to be a soul and Cloud Soul in their favor. This Anivia is monstrous, to say the least. It's so much damage, so much control. Even when there's ultimates, important ultimates down, by the way, like the Call of the Forge God, you still are able to play through spaces because she covers so much area by herself, and that is so difficult to play around if you're an immobile carry like the Jinx, like the Victor, like Peptic on the Sarah that finally has been able to be killed.
That being said, we are at a point where, without the Baron really able to be used anymore, and XG Lightning and now clearing out Soul, we have a solid bit of time in which First Class gets more even fights by virtue of not having to jam themselves through choke points to get into the river, for instance. By that standard, if XG Lightning makes some mistakes here in this late game, we could immediately see First Class turn the game on its head once more.
They need to be careful still, though. Prim
oh my god.
doesn't have flash, but has to be. But they're able to do so much control over on this side. They didn't break the base, though, just yet. So that's probably a good outlook to look at if you're on First Class side, because that would have been really difficult to stop. But with base still open, ooh.
Yeah, flash burn there by Peptic to get to safety.
Easy.
We also have to look at the ornaments. Right now, Juicebox is just more powerful than Peace Pipe, and that is not an equation that we've really had to factor into fights so far. First Class up until this point have been able to rely upon the Jinx as the main source of burst and damage, but XG Lightning now is in a position where they are just simply in a better spot. They have more gold, they have the momentum before we really get super deep into the build paths of the Victor and the Jinx, and therefore it makes sense that they're playing as aggressively as they are right now.
They really are trying really, really hard. The issue is that they don't have the consistent push to be able to pull it off unless they go hard in. And that's kind of way riskier for Comfort. I think that the best thing they can do is what they're trying to do right now. Control topside. Control this area of the map because Baron will be spawning quite soon. Play with the vision as much as possible. Force them into a tough spot. Choke them, and then you can take the Baron for free.
And look at the tempo advantage. Bruiser wants to try to walk up and stop him taking the tier 2, but they are just taken off the map in an instant. Truist is trying to lead the charge either back towards the tower or into the enemy team, and they are caught out trying to make that decision with the Call of the Forge God locking them up. Juicebox gets that kill, and look at how deep the Xayah is able to go. Eventually, they will be blown up, but the fact that the shutdown goes over to Peptic is disastrous for First Class. They will not be able to rally to answer back against the gold build advantage. The XG Lightning just got off of what was a nearly complete ace, a double kill for not only the Zaya, but for the Anivia as well.
It's okay, they are trapped in base. This is Peptic's moment to shine. Nope. I guess not. I guess not.
Nope. Prim just is too much damage. And honestly, that could have been a pop-off moment from the Xerath, given how low all the health bars on Red Squad are. And I think that this is enough to stop XG Lightning from ending. But certainly, this game has gone completely in favor of Lightning at this point in time. Which, given the way that this game has been going and the series has been playing out, TDS, maybe I should say that this is now First Class's game to win.
Yeah, kind of. Although you need to be careful about jinxing it, because in last game we thought it was unwinnable for XG, and they turned around. So now if we say it's unwinnable for Fast Pace, it's their game to win for First Class.
Yep.
They need to 100% be able to turn it around. So maybe they do. Maybe they pull it off. Maybe we cast their curse it enough.
XG Lightning was unable to get the inhibitor in the mid lane, so it's only one down for First Class right now, and they have pretty good wave clear, so they will probably be able to contest the Baron Nashor. And as much as I hate to say it, TDS, I think that they probably have to, because otherwise the push from XG Lightning is just too immense for them to deal with, and the momentum will be such that even if First Class are able to stop an immediate take of the base, they will get the overgrade on Red Squad's side. But alas, their walk-up, once again, is through these damning choke points, and because that is the case, now already Peptic is dead, and while Improvise is going to fall, it is only to support down, and unfortunately, in order to do so, Victor had to go so deep into enemy territory, and Prim is just going to clean up, go legendary off of their lane partner because of that. Truist is getting chased away by Juicebox. Flash is burned by the Udyr, but I don't think it's enough. They may be able to heal up of the fountain, but now the inhibitor is being taken down here, and XG Lightning may have the momentum to just shove into these Nexus turrets. Peace Pipe fires off the Super Mega Death Rocket early. It does whittle down Phoenix Flare, but between them and Kartana, there's still plenty of tankiness to be had. Truist is trying to find some access to this play. Bruiser comes back through. They go golden. They almost kill everybody, but unfortunately, XG Lightning keep everybody alive except for Phoenix Flare because of the stopwatch. Even Prim may get out. Passive is popped, but it doesn't matter. Juicebox says, I got your back, homie, and they will keep the Ice Bird alive.
Yeah, the passive says he's going to get out, and that's going to be not going to be the game just because it's 40 seconds for Elder. I do think that they value Elder more so than trying to go for a maybe push, one that you don't know if it's actually going to deliver. But looking at potential Elder fight, everyone is going to be up for it. You don't have passive as Anivia now. Flash is up, but you have to be extra careful about how you opt into it. This could be the best opportunity for First Class to try and pull off this game back into their favor. It's difficult, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. And credit to First Class for being relatively robust and knowing what to go for. The problem is, when you are this far behind, the snowball is in full effect, and XG Lightning has plenty of time to continue to play with before Peace Pipe and Solemn really can answer back and just completely outstrip the damage and output of XG Lightning. Prim at this point is just starting to neck mana pots, and that just makes it even more difficult for you to deal with this champion. And you also got to admit, Improvise is doing a crazy amount to sustain their team with their cozy campfires and whatnot. Look at the extended auto range. Look at the passives being popped left, right, and center. Beautiful feather storm there from Juicebox. And now they may be pushing for close to a pentakill. Prim is going to clean up that last one, actually. And so, alas, Juicebox will be denied. Everybody on XG is too strong. They're all sharing in their wealth. And they are basking in the glory of a second victory here within 2 games of this best of 5.
Doing such an amazing job at that. They are going to try and pat their KDA. They actually did it. Maybe one more kill onto Pipe. It's just not enough from what it looks like.
And when you're Gale forcing in the fountain, you know that this game is just super, super rough for the Jinx, man. Peace Pipe doing so much to try to keep this game alive for First Class. And once again, First Class opened with a very clean early game, but XG Lightning, for some reason, come alive mid. And this time, it wasn't even off the back of major throws on First Class's side. XG Lightning just expertly maneuvered around the first Baron Nashor and got all the momentum back onto their side.
And I think particularly the player that we have to highlight quite a bit this game has to be Prim in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Played really well with the Anivia, never overcommitted for certain plays. Yes, maybe positioning could be better in certain situations, but damage-wise was always top-notch, actually top damage over in the game. Got so much good stuns as well as good ultimates to try and control situations in certain areas. And even though there were ultimates that were down on his side, important ultimates at that, he still was able to find a lot of value for the team. Huge props to Prim and for the side of XG, like you were pointing out, for playing team fights later on the game really, really well.
Oh man, TDS. You know, we are going to be doing interviews after the series is over. And if XG Lightning takes it home, are we going to have to interview Prim and ask him why the hell he played Akshan in game number 1?
It could be fun. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Well, we still have a little bit to go before we can definitively say that XG Lightning are walking away with the championship here. First Class clearly have fight in them, and with the fire in their belly, pushing through from game number 1, which was just a heartbreaking loss, I don't think that they are going to back down, even as they now fall to 0-2. They have the ability to reverse sweep. We've seen crazier things happen even within the series so far, and so with all that in mind, guys, make sure that you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be for the third draft of the night. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division Grand Finals. As we move into the third draft of the night, finally, XG Lightning is going to pivot over to blue. First class, still hungry for the first win of the night. Proven so far that XG Lightning can strike twice, but can they do it a third time with the side swap and probably an inevitable shift in their composition?
Well, technically, when you try essentially almost the same comp 2 games in a row and it doesn't work out, because the only thing that they truly changed was support. The 4 picks from the previous game were the same 4 picks from the first game. Now that they are on blue side, on red side, I mean, they can try and change some more things up. They don't need to ban the same stuff. They can actually take them away for themselves. Maybe even Jinx gets taken away from them in the first pick. That means that now they have a bit more opportunity to get that champion on their side. But they have to find different angles, potentially different champions to play around with. And this is going to be their last chance at putting it off, potentially, if they don't win this game.
I'm going to be real, TDS. For as much as XG Lightning has been doing well against the Jinx, I still don't think that there is a justification for not taking it here, but alas, they will first pick the Sejuani instead, which means that we could see Peace Pipe back on the marksman for this third time running.
But what about if they go Ezreal Karma here? Or Aphelios Lulu here? What if
they
they
went
pull
Neela
off
Tarek
that?
here and made me happy? I mean, heck, what if you went Tom
Game
Gwen's
3.
bot? So many different possibilities, TDS, if you just want to throw out different combos.
Yeah, of course. I think they need to do something new. And that's new. Hey, that's already better than whatever we've seen before. So Zac going into the jungle. Top lane as well, potentially. I love the champion. Affects way too many things in the game to be comfortable playing against it. You have to be extra sure about how you opt into certain situations. And if you're good at Zac, you can really find good angles for forcing teamfights. Would really like to have some follow-up with the sack, so honestly wouldn't be against if they trade Jinx for Kai'Sa, just so that you have someone to follow on the dive potential. So yeah, it's not a bad choice either.
Yeah, this time going over to Peace Pipe. Juicebox is going to have to pivot. Please pick the Jinx. That is my advice to XG Lightning if they want to 3-0 this series. But alas, if they just aren't comfortable on it, then, well, you are losing a massive chunk of your percentile chance of winning this game, in my opinion. But there's a lot of other cool stuff to grab. Like the Zac, I mean, that was a very novel pick by First Class's side. And TDS, you say maybe top side, maybe jungle, but let's be real here. This is a 4-way flex, man. It could go to the support role as well.
I agree.
I've seen Zac mid, VCS. I know that they like to jam it over there. Shoutouts to the unofficial VCS channels, by the way. Make sure to follow them on Twitter. They got a lot of good discourse, although already VCS has been knocked out of
My region
MSI.
won against them. That's true. Hey, I take that.
All right, well, the Jinx is in fact coming through for XG Lightning, so I'm a happy person. TDS, take it away. What do you want to see next? Yeah,
I don't think I wanted to see that.
I'm not
assure
done.
you, Dad. I don't like the Royal here for one particular reason, and it's because you're kind of throwing Jinx into the walls. Now, if you're good engaging, then it really doesn't matter, and maybe you can set up for your team, but this is kind of throwing Jinx into the walls.
Nah,
The
I
set to
disagree.
counter
This
the
is
Royal
so
can
good.
be good.
No, this is so good. Shut up. Oh my god. Especially into the
Okay.
set. You just crash down on top of the set, and therefore you're still peeling for the Jinx.
But what if the set throws you into the Jinx?
You know, it's your fault for letting Set get Showstopper off onto the 180 carry on your side. I don't know. We'll see how the rest of XG Lightning comes through. But I think that Jinx is going to be relatively safe. That buys a lot of space for Rel to wombo combo with the Sejuani. I don't know, man. I'm not going to be a doubter to this champ at all so far.
I'm amazed on that. I thought you would be more of a believer with the weird champions, not some meta champion that actually could be played, but is really bad, so people shouldn't be playing it.
What do you mean Rel's a meta? You can't be both a meta champion and really bad unless you're just like a pro player who's very, very stubborn in sticking to old iterations of the meta.
So technically, Rel isn't a meta champion. So you're right on that, but she's really bad, so you shouldn't be picking it anyway.
Dude, I like
I'd rather-
really bad stuff. How do you not think I'm into really, really bad jank?
That's true, actually. Yeah, Lilia support still haunts me to my sleep, but fair enough. Onto that mind, 2 champions from the previous game completely banned away. Victor as well hitting the ban list. That means that we're getting more new champions.
No.
I'm not sure if that action is going to be once again for Prim, but I think we can give him a pass. They're 2-0 up, so I think they have the pass to try it out again. If it works, great. If not, blame on you. Shame on you. Yeah.
I mean, I do like bad champions, but I really do not like the Akshan. Oh dear. I don't know. Maybe this time they'll do damage into a control mage that is probably even more dominant if they get ahead. So, you know, XG Lightning has 100% win rate on it, though. So who am I to say that they're
That's
wrong
true.
in grabbing it again?
I would love to see it. Okay, so I think it is actually a mid lane Echo and an action top lane. I haven't seen Echo in so
Hmm.
long, but he's kind of the quintessential counter to Syndra from way, way, way before. I haven't seen him in a while though, so
Could
I'm a bit
be
rusty on champion.
could be Echo Jungle with Sejuani top as well. I just
Could
feel
also
like
be the option, yeah.
dude, it's pretty rare to have two Akshan players on the same team, if you feel me. Like, I don't think
Well,
that both Prim
technically,
and Cartana play it.
technically, maybe Prim isn't the action player based on how he performed.
I mean, he got a quadra kill, so could we really say anything about him? I think that the champion is really
Fair
what's
enough.
holding him back on that front.
Fair enough, fair enough. And now, if they are able to play it, could be really good. I think they wanted to try and see what the last pick was, to then maybe play around with the echo, the action, and the joining, like you were pointing out. We still have to get into the champ select to really know where some champs are going for the side of XG. But for first class, it feels pretty straightforward. Zed inside into the bot lane, Syndra in the mid lane, Aatrox in the top lane, and then the Sack in the jungle. Aatrox jungle has been way too long since he last played in that position, so I don't believe first class is going to play it there, especially for elimination game.
Yeah, most likely going to be Aatrox top here. Got the set support once again for Peptic. Did a lot of damage, did a lot of great setup in game number one. Obviously, there were other extenuating factors that led to first class dropping that match. But I
Yep.
like the fact that it's returning to the Rift here. Obviously, into the Rel, it's a little bit difficult to really swing some big explosive engages, as long as Jinx manages to position well. And we've seen Juicebox pretty immaculate with the way that they approach team fights. So I'm not too
Yep.
worried about that or the laning phase, to be honest.
I agree. As long as they are able to kind of manage it out well enough, there shouldn't be much of an issue. The big thing that first class almost always brings forth in a really effective manner is that early game, right? And if actually really can just neutralize it as much as possible, provide opportunities for Juicebox to get towards the Jinx power spike, then it doesn't really matter how bad the early game went. Well, it does to a certain degree, but as long as it's not horrible, you can play it off really, really well. The biggest question mark is going to be once again that action and the echo, how they are played at the end of it. And also the new Aatrox haven't had the chance to see, well, new, quote unquote new. The buffed up Aatrox haven't had a chance to yet see it, but a lot of people have banned it consistently. So it must spell that the Aatrox is quite strong in its own right, right?
Who's to say? I think that the Aatrox is a champion that is still mostly just jammed for comfort purposes, even as it has reared its head back into the meta a little bit. There's just so many other things to pick into that role because obviously we're in a point where carry top laners are viable, but also there's still immense value to be had from grabbing something like the Ornn. And therefore, it just kind of feels like it's down on the priority list, man.
Seems fair. So far, from what we're seeing, they played out their flex picks masterfully from the side of XG. Then, if it ends up going like this, they are actually going to throw the Sejuani into the Aatrox. Good neutralizing matchup, similar to the Gragas, but obviously not Gragas. And then the Echo in the jungle, still just like with the Echo in the mid lane, being quite a while since I've seen the champion perform. So
Yep.
I'm not sure what to expect, in all honesty. Like, I think he can be really, really good, but he feels like such a snowbally jungler that if you don't get one kill going in your favor, then you probably are not going to be able to get anything going.
I mean, this is the third game running where both you and I have identified XG Lightning's composition as momentum oriented. Yet in both
Kind of.
games so far, we have seen them just turn everything on its head. Leads be damned at the 20-25 minute mark. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Echo just go with no kills throughout laning phase and all of a sudden pull off a penta at this point.
What if we pull off the reverse in this and they go full all in on the first 20 minutes, they actually get a lead, and then they throw just to honor first class in that sense?
Then first class is probably reverse sweeping. I have no clue. This has been a wild
Imagine.
series. And we're only 2 games in so far, man. We got a whole lot ahead of us. But right now, right here, we got to throw it to a quick break in order to get to game number 3. Moving on to the Rift with some pretty interesting alterations to the draft on both sides. First class with a clear and new identity, trying to make the reverse sweep happen, while XG Lightning wants to lock this up in 3. We'll see you on the other side.
I'm hearing all of what you say to me, but I'll think it over. It's a little bit hard to breathe, to breathe, to breathe. This kinda seems like it's a common theme. You don't think I understand what you said to me, to me, to me. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. Good, good, good. talking. The reasons not to let this slip through our hands. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. To let too hard to let go. To let too hard to let go. Too hard to let go. This
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division Grand Finals between XG Lightning and First Class. XG Lightning at 2-0 are looking to send First Class packing without a victory to their name. And they're doing so with a very aggressive bet, pushing through the bottom side, looking for an engage off of Improvise.
What an aggressive level 1 they are looking for. If they can pull it off, would be great, but the positioning for the side of First Class going to be quite nice to not make it happen. I do like the idea though, and it's something that we've seen XG do so far this series for all the games pretty much. They go for level 1s that do matter in a way, even though they don't get maximum value, but it's still good enough to try and get something going in their favor.
This is a pretty tough engage, though, given the space and respect that First Class is giving to XG Lightning. We're going to be dropped here, and Improvise decides to go
Ooh.
in, but given the fact that we saw the ward being placed, Peace Pipe starts moving immediately, and that's a little bit of poke back down onto the rail shield. But overall, you could say that this is a pretty even start to the game. Luckily enough for XG Lightning, Bruiser decided to not walk up to the topside jungle to drop a ward, I guess not knowing where the Sejuani was in particular, and because that is the case, it's mostly just a trade of wards bot, and with all that in mind, we're getting to lane, no leash on either side. That is the Zac starting off on the Wolves, and that is Echo starting off on their own red buff.
I would say pretty much it's just an vision advantage in favor of XG because they do know where the Zac is, obviously, but it's not going to amount to that much just because both junglers are just getting what they want. In the top side, we see a bit of trades, and I do agree with you, by the way, that Aatrox maybe could have gotten a bit more deep vision, or at least some sort of ward to really get you going in their favor with terms of information. But at the same time, you can argue that you know that the Echo is bot side, and there's barely any opportunity for him to Solemn. That's a
I
solo
think he
kill.
died the Ignite. Yeah,
it.
that's first blood in an instant picked up by Prim for XG Lightning. And we were doubting this action, but it comes back through. And this time around, it's a whole sea change on what's going on mid.
With a perfect first blood, really well executed there by Prim, starting having power after that first game, and right now even pushing a little bit more into Solemn. Oh, engage?
Got an all-in on the bot side of the map. Peace Pipe just has to flash away. Peptic once again setting up with a really great face breaker, and now with Truist also coming through with the elastic slingshot, XG Lightning is overextended. They lose juice box for their efforts.
And that's kind of the big thing. They didn't expect the Zac coming in down there. Truist setting up with in a really good timing with a really good kill and a really good gank. Echo is also down there though, so maybe they can set up for a counter kill, but Truist is still staying. Probably not going to amount to anything more.
At the same time, Peace Pipe doesn't have the flash available, and it looks like there's no vision there. So flash forward into the crash out means that Peace Pipe is all sorts of locked up, and Phoenix Flare will in fact be able to pick up the kill. Peptic on the set is a little bit too healthy to really get rushed down. They managed to get out of the way of the Echo W, and across the Rift, we're looking at a delayed 1-for-1 bot side of the map, but because of the momentum mid, right now XG Lightning is up a bit of gold.
And again, a really different start to the previous game as well. 3 kills before 5 minutes. Quite an aggressive start. A lot of action. Really love the counter setup that Improvise and Phoenix player ends up getting with the Echo and the Rel to get the counter kill, and that way at least salvage a bit of the situation down there in the bot side. And it's also the first kill for the Echo, something that we talked about, getting this Echo going as much as possible so that you can find a lot of value for your team as soon as possible.
This is a pretty optimistic engage by Peptic onto Improvise, because now we see the re-engage from the Rel, although they walk straight into the firing line of Peace Pipe, which could spell the doom of the Rel. Yeah, that will in fact now leave Juicebox in a 2v1. However, quite a bit of health available for the Jinx, and therefore they're going to try to walk in as now Prim comes through from the other side, pinches onto the Xayah, gets the kill. Juicebox narrowly avoids the W from Peptic, but does get out with their flash, and now with the follow-up coming through from the Akshan, that goes in favor of XG Lightning. The top side of the map, things are looking a little bit better for First Class as Kartana finds themselves in a 2v1. However, Flash does get to them to safety.
Able to escape really effectively. Probably not going to be a re-engage because both Echo and Cortana are low on health. Although Truist is staying up here, maybe could set up for a potential kill. No, too far away.
Arctic Assault doing a ton to keep Kartana safe, and they just managed to walk out, break the chains that Truist throws down onto them, and now we're getting an early rotation from Improvise to try to make this into a 3v2. Might turn into a 3v1, in fact, once the Zachary resets here. Bruiser, all isolated and alone, decides to just try to push down onto Kartana, does so with the flash and the Q stacks. They get the kill. It is traded back, but honestly, XG Lightning overextend there just a little bit with their top laner. The Sejuani did not have to die for that.
Yeah, not gonna lie, if Cortana just decides to back off a bit more, that never turns into a 1-for-1 trade. Really good there by Bruiser to at least tell the situation in that manner. And honestly, it's one of the few things that it's keeping the gold lead as close as this with the side of XG. Because if they were a bit closer in terms of CS and the kill is 1-for-1, that's still a huge advantage for XG. Losing a couple of plates, not the best thing for the Jinx, but Jinx is fine at this point in the game as well. So all in all, good start for XG. Good counters for First Class, another gank here potentially.
Prim wanted to get that wave crashed in. They were greeting just a little bit, and because of that, now they find themselves in a 3v1 of their very own. They try to charge up their ultimate. They can't even get it off because of the face breaker, and that is a dead Akshan. The shutdown flowing over to Solemn, going to do a whole lot to shore up the Syndra.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I don't like that Prim decided to be as aggressive as possible in that trade. I don't think you ever get that trade with the amount of damage that you have, and then you probably could have escaped and set up for a potential future kill. Prim gets outplayed really effectively in that trade, and honestly, Truist is the one that is doing as much as possible to keep First Class in the game, because he has gotten really good ganks off, really good setups for the kills, and it's doing as much as possible for the team.
And the gold lead has narrowed immensely. XG Lightning had so much momentum, but a few sloppy plays between the mid lane and the fact that Kartana died for free topside of the map means that now things are very much within striking distance for First Class to take this home and get another advantageous early game, which I think is step one. Obviously, XG Lightning, it plays super well from behind, so it's best to not get them a lead whatsoever, so they also could play very well from ahead.
They probably feel that they are too far ahead, so they want to try and throw the lead a bit so that they can still play like the previous games. Maybe that's
Guys, I only know how to coin flip come mid-game to get my wins. I have no clue what we're supposed to do when we're ahead from early. Do we take the Rift Herald? Do we take the Dragon? It's too many decisions.
You think I know how to win games from ahead? Please. Still, they do get the Dragon, so already starting kind of similar to the previous games, they've always had really, really good early game Dragon control. Have controlled the situation for the Dragon, have gotten really good advantages off of that, and setting up for the potential win condition of getting the Dragons as soon as possible.
All right, as it currently stands on the map, we are seeing about a 700 goal lead over to XG Lightning, gained just from tempo advantages that they have picked up from their early kills. First Class, once again, rallying in a really, really clever way, though. Just able to answer back against a lot of these greedy plays that XG Lightning are making. They want to maximize value, right? They wanted Kartana to get an assist on the top lane when they killed Bruiser 2012. They wanted an extra wave crash into Solemn mid, and in both those cases, we saw extra kills going over to First Class, keeping them stable. I want to see that narrative broken now for XG Lightning to really confirm that they deserve to take the series 3-0.
I agree with that, and part of the issue with those ideas comes with the fact that you really the line between maximizing and giving up value is actually not that high, not that big. Like it's a really thin line. If you messed up, you end up giving value to the enemy team when you're trying to maximize it as much as possible. And if you fail, then it may just damper on your overall plan. Like this Prim again getting ganked.
There is a lot of rotation potential from XG Lightning, who are on Rift Herald for the
Oh,
time being. Now, Phoenix Flare is going to lead the charge back into the mid lane. Solemn is trying to buy space for themselves with the artillery fire. They do a good job of it. Prim, too low to really be the aggressor here anymore. And so XG Lightning peeling off the Rift Herald there might mean that they're giving a bit of time for first class to try to find an angle either through a 2v1 on the bot side or by actually contesting the Shelly take.
I don't think they are going to contest just because both lanes are kind of in a really tough spot to try and go for it. Solem is now trying to rotate, so maybe actually can look aggressive for it. Oh,
We've
Herald?
seen a lot of steal so far, and this Shelly is being taken
Oh,
low.
Echo
It
gets
will
it.
be hit at the very end by Phoenix Flare, but with the eye claimed, the
Solem
question
is
is,
dead.
what else can XG Lightning do? First class, pushing and
Prim.
rotating everybody forward. Prim is going to die, but Bruiser 2012 puts themselves into a massive mosh pit in doing so. Now it's a double kill for Phoenix Flare to 3-for-1 overall. Even Juicebox gets out bot.
Yeah, Juicebox has to flash though, giving up a lot of value, and this is the counterpoint to trying to commit so heavily for the Herald. You're losing a lot of damage down here on the bot side. I think the Saya got essentially 4 plates by herself, not counting or counting this one as well. Without the Herald help, without any help, just getting this much value, is Herald truly worth it? That's the big thing. You have to find the value with the Herald here. The kills kind of equal it out luckily, but you have to make a play with the Herald so that you can actually say that the play was worth it overall.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that
Almost
we
getting the
have
trade, actually.
such heavily dedication of Improvise to just covering Phoenix Flare, and while that has led to an immensely fed Echo, it does mean that Juicebox is just super fine behind Peace Pipe at this point in time, and given how avoidant the Xayah can be, and with all of the defenses brought their way in the form of Bruiser, in the form of Truce, and the form of Peptic, it could mean that Phoenix Flare may not be able to fully live out that assassin fantasy that the champion often goes for. That being said, now Improvise is looking for an aggressive play. They have to back off because their health is being whittled low, but Super Mega Death Rocket does a lot to take the Xayah to the brink, and now with Auction charging up those shots, Peptic is now also super low. Featherstorm is trying to cover both of their escapes, and they may be able to get to safety with flashes not even burned by First Class's bot lane.
Really weird. I thought that Echo was going to commit at least into the set. Like, that's still worth it if you do commit over there, but it's not going to turn into anything. Set is going to survive, not even having to flash away. They didn't lose the turret, but still, that was such a heavy commitment for not getting anything.
At the same time, this is Juicebox all of a sudden able to jump forward on the gold train once again, because now with the Rift Herald drop bot before the plates fall, XG Lightning find themselves with basically carte blanche to maybe even just get first tower after so much has been done to hammer away at the tier 1 of blue team. So First Class could have just lost one of the big angles into the mid game off the back of a fed Peace Pipe. And yeah, while the gold is split a little bit more than you would see for the Xayah, Jinx is still very, very happy about this play.
Yeah, all in all, getting a huge amount of gold for the Jinx is still really, really valuable, even if they didn't collapse into any big kill. Gold is gold, and you have to to value how much you get. Even though in the mid lane they did lose 3 plates worth of gold, the gold did get close, and I think as soon as they take down that turret on the bot lane, it's going to equal out a bit more than it is right now. It's still a good advantage for XG. Now they have to make use of it. They still don't have the mythic onto the Jinx, so that's kind of the big difference as of now with the Xayah. But as long as they get it soon enough and they get the mythic with the action as well, that's where one of their strongest points is going to be.
Any bets on what we're going to get for Soul this time, TDS?
I want to go for Hextech. I don't know why I think it's going to happen.
All right, I think it's going to be Cloud Soul again, man. It feels
Fair
like it's
enough.
always Cloud Soul in these kinds of situations. And,
Always
you know,
fun.
I want to
Yeah.
talk about it again because I feel like this is going to be a continued discourse throughout the years between you and I. I still think it's good. I really genuinely believe that is one of the better Souls to go for.
I don't think it's bad. I just think it's bad in perspective. Like, it's a soul that it's so situationally good that it's honestly not worth it in those situations. Like, because you're kind of forced by the game to actually commit to it. But in reality, if there was a choice, I think that 99% of the time you never pick Cloud Soul.
Gotta look at this play here. Very, very deep setup by Improvise and Phoenix Flare. Peace Pipe is just going to face check. They still managed to get out with their Feather Storm. And in fact, as the Echo blew up, didn't even have the chance to press R. And what in the world was that turnaround, man? The Xayah should be dead. And yes, they eventually go down. But I mean, they should be dead. And frankly, XG Lightning should be able to get off scot-free.
Well, the big thing with that play is you're going onto a Xayah. You know 100% of the time that she's going to be able to just press R and save herself. Oh, Jinx is dead. No flash,
yeah,
no go.
Unfortunate. You know, Prim was so pushed up. Jinx wanted a piece of the action, but unfortunately, they did not expect Truce to just elastic slingshot forward. Solemn gets the shutdown, and XG Lightning now find themselves behind on gold for the first time in this game.
So it's not to the same degree as in the first game with the Baron throws, but this is just throws. Yeah, I don't know what XG is doing. They are throwing the game.
Yeah, right now
it's going to be
not only Prim going down, but Improvise has nowhere to escape to either. They mount up. They are slowed down, though, by the goo arm and stunned before they can really get accelerated on their horse form. So that crash down also failing means that this is just going completely belly up for XG Lightning. They have just blown a massive hole in this mid game, and First Class find themselves rallying beautifully.
Someone check if XG players PC is turned off or something like that, because that cannot be just purposely trying to do anything. That was just a straight up dying for no reason at all. They know, first of all, the Jinx dying knowing that the sack is in that position because they had vision before it expired. They knew 100% that the sack was there, and then also trying to commit a bit more forward after losing the Jinx. Their positioning after a certain time has been really, really bad. I'm kind of more inclined to the theory that maybe they just want to be behind. That feels more comfortable for them.
I mean, XG Lightning can still shape up here and keep their momentum going. Yes, they just gave way too much of a percentage value back over to First Class for nothing, but they're up 2 dragons. It is in fact Hextech Soul, like you called TDS, and that means that there's immense value to be had for going up to soul points and even further into this game. And their team fight is still really good, as is their pick potential, as that is flash burned by Bruiser, trying to stay alive in the 2v1. They will not fare very well, though, up against the burst damage that Phoenix Flare is packing. And while mid lane, once again, we're seeing massive aggression from First Class and some great shots landing from the Scatter of the Week, allowing for Solemn to get a kill. I think there's a chance at a reverse collapse or at least a tower taken back for XG Lightning. Unfortunately, Improvise, hovering a little bit too close, is going to also fall. And that means, once again, First Class has opened up the map, and they're getting so much in return.
I think Jinx is just a trap pick. The whole series has been useless, to say the least. Even with the huge amount of damage that she deals, barely has done anything in comparison. And so far, Juicebox has barely done anything as well. Gotten a couple of kills, don't get me wrong, but really not comparable to anything we've seen previously. And it's really easy to get on top of her. The sack just finds perfect angles to get on top of the Jinx, cannot escape, goes for the Kraken Slayer. I think Gale Force this game probably would have been a bit better because there's no, like, yes, Stack is a tank, but you have an action. You don't need to go Gale Force, you don't need to go the Kraken this game for yourself. That being said, at the end they do get the kill. They do get 2 turrets as well. A lot more gold going into First Class, and honestly, really weird situation that is happening considering how the game started. Really, really weird.
Yeah, this is a bizarre mid-game. Not only is it the case that we had this huge swing in gold back in favor of First Class, who now find themselves up more than 2,000, but it's the matter that they continue to play aggressively. XG Lightning just lose their mid laner for no reason, and once again, I gotta bring this Akshan into question, dude. Like, Prim just does not want to be ahead on this champ.
So are we going to see once again just a Baron steal into maybe XG winning the game? Is that going to be the game plan actually?
I will actually cry. I will retire from casting if that's the case, dude. Because clearly I have peaked too early in my career. There's nothing that's going to be able to top 3 Baron steals of that sort, man. We're having a setup now inside of this top river, and already a lot of tools have been blown by XG Lightning, which means First Class is able to follow up, and they are blowing people to smithereens. Phoenix Flare is dead. And while Improvise does fall, we are seeing the Jinx hold on quite a bit. Juicebox getting excited, zones away, the worst of that play, but it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of First Class.
Yeah, and the big problem with that fight, it's a 5v4. So even if you get value, you're still in numbers advantage. And they kill the Echo super effectively. Great ultimate there by Peptic to not allow for the Echo to get any value. Not even get close to anyone that was far away. And with Echo dead as well, it's going to be the Dragon taken down by the side of First Class. So win condition, soul win condition, going to be way delayed thanks to this. And now it's also going to be a numbers game. Who can get the better position for certain fights? Who can have more members to try and win team fights in their favor? Cooldowns are going to be massive. Jinx, for example, didn't have flash in this fight, but barely mattered in that sense. So maybe there's still hope for the side of XG in terms of how they want to try and approach certain fights. But I can assure you that the way to win this game is not dying alone in a 1v1 on the side lane just cause.
Yeah, not at all. I think that XG Lightning still have immense team fighting prowess. Obviously, there's not a whole lot to fight over. The Baron is spawning up, but if we see either team started off before picks come through, I actually am just going to be beyond tilted at the fact that either of these guys made grand finals.
Believe,
This is a
Nyarko.
good pick chance, actually, for Prim and Cartana, although Bruiser does manage to sidestep out of the way of the Glacial Prison. They barely get over the wall with their flash. Truist now has to try to peel for this champion, and they may be punished for
really
doing
good
so as
kill.
Juicebox gets a beautiful snipe off of their ultimate, and now Improvise decides to jump in with the Magnet Storm. XG Lightning may have found the angle here. Solemn is chased off at only about half health. Peace Pipe, still with the full bar, is just going to sit near the tier 2 tower, and XG Lightning decides to peel off.
Unlucky that Jinx wasn't there because I think with the Jinx they do actually get enough damage to be able to take down a couple of targets.
Oh.
This is going to be turret. Jinx is dead again.
Yeah, it's just a
Why is she alone?
call by XG Lightning to continue to just let this Jinx roam free or the Sakshan roam free. They die for doing so. However, First Class does get punished. That tier 1 gone means that now, with the fact that Peptic is dead, XG Lightning can try to ride this momentum a little bit, although it's a little bit difficult without the Jinx being excited to actually get towards the tier 2.
So it's so funny how even though Jinx dies, they still have a second AD carry, so they can technically still fight. But if just one member, if there was just one member that's stuck with the Jinx, she probably doesn't die there. I think if Improvise is there with, I don't know if Magnet Storm works like that, but Magnet Storm or the W2 is stop the engage from the sack. They probably stop the Jinx from dying, and if the Jinx doesn't die, you probably not only get the turret, but a couple of kills. Still, they do find the kill on top lane onto the Aatrox. I think they've done a really good job at managing out the Aatrox really well on the top side. And they have been able to find value in certain plays anyway.
Got a big push on the top side from First Class, trying to take down the tier 1 tower. Cartana, for the time being, is hovering this, but they're completely isolated. The team isn't rotating in, and now they're caught up against 3 members. Peptic is making sure that Blue Squad can't quite get over to the Sejuani in time to save them, as Truist follows up with another elastic slingshot. Improvise is taken low in the side as well, and once again, XG Lightning just looks so dazed and confused. This is a completely different team than what we saw in games 1 and 2. Now, Phoenix Flares all the way in enemy territory. They're hit by the Scatter of the Weak. They might be able to get the safety off of the Rewind, but certainly First Class have found a great foothold in this mid game. They have control over the topside river, but luckily this time I think that the Prudence is going to get the best of them. They aren't in fact going to go for the Baron Nashor. Instead, they just want to catch out Juicebox yet again. Prim is cleaning up the back end though of this one. Peace Pipe is going to be shut down, but once again Juicebox is completely suffocated in this play. Peptic gets the kill this time.
Okay, Prim salvaged the game in that sense. Same with Phoenix Flare, with how he moved all the way 3-man, maybe 4-man. Oh, not enough. It looked so nice, so hype, but it's not going to get anything going. Though Prim salvaged the game thanks to the kill onto Pipe. Because honestly, I don't know what Juicebox was thinking. Once again, just putting himself in an awful spot against a sack. I cannot stress that any more than it's a sack. You're just throwing yourself into death at that point.
This is a really deep push by XG Lightning at the 23-minute mark. Given the fact that death timers aren't super long on Peace Pipe right now, this might be a bit of an overstay on the bot side. I don't want to see them greed for the tower. They just need to reset. There's 45 seconds before the dragon, guys. You're at nearly soul point. Just go for that. Now they're stunned up. Now Improvise is being whittled low. that is a interesting Syndra ult to go down onto Prim instead of onto Improvise, but, you know, the Rel dies anyway. They're going to fall to the Aatrox. Kartada gets yoinked back into the rest of the team. Phoenix Flare tries to go for a flank. They're trying to get down onto Solemn. Eventually, they just have to ult away to safety and leave this Sejuani to die. Peace Pipe getting the kill. And First Class, yet again, find access to the river. This time, they're looking for the Dragon, and they might actually get Phoenix Flare on the back end of this one as well. 3 members chasing them down. They're going to be able to eat away from the chains. Bruiser slowed by the Echo Q now.
He's too
and yeah,
fast.
Chris cannot land the elastic slingshot against a champion that's that fast. But yet again, XG Lightning are just playing super aggressively for no freaking reason, man.
They got the turret. They should have just go away as soon as they got the turret. But Prim decides to go in, thinking maybe there's a better chance that they can get the damage. More than likely doesn't happen, especially because it's close to the base. They probably can get to the play there. Oh, wait. Zaya's here alone.
I mean, Peace Pipe, though, is just playing a champion that's much more
Baron
forgiving
throw?
in terms of those kinds of positional mistakes versus Juicebox on the Jinx, who's already died twice in a very similar situation. Actually, Lightning, off of the pressure from Prim, is looking to get themselves the Baron Nasher, and they're continuing to aggro
Please
it, but First
disengage.
Class is assembled over the wall. Guys, just back off, please, for the love of God.
This is a huge fight between who can at least threaten the Baron throw better. I believe the Baron throw is actually going to happen, Yarko. I think
there's no way to go
Baron
for it,
throw.
man. Yeah, we're getting the resets, thank God. XG Lightning also decided to back off. They were super close to keeping it aggroed for long enough that First Class could kind of hand off and try to go for it themselves. But luckily, we are seeing a massive clash that throws the game on its head at the 25-minute mark. These teams have learned, and, you know, credit to them. They had to have adjusted and learned quite a bit throughout the rest of this BOL season, so I'm glad that that theme is continuing on here. But First Class is going to start this off. They aren't on Vision, though. That is notable. I don't know if the ward behind the pit has spotted anybody out, but for the time being, actually Lightning just have to walk up here to try to find an angle immediately. That Phoenix Flare Showstopper back out. The Baron is going low. Improvise has jumped into the pit, but they are just going to get melted down by Bruiser and company. And yes, that will be First Class getting the Baron. And it's off the back of the Xayah, not a smite though. And immediately Peace Pipe goes down. Now Blue Squad is trying to clean this up. They do not want these empowered backs to come through. Peptic is going to be melted by Prim. And yes, this is going to be a reset for Solemn, or at least an attempted reset. And they get a huge scattered weak to take Kartada low, but it's not low enough. Prim is going to get another kill. This time, it's going to be a revive for Phoenix Flare as well to keep Blue Squad with the momentum necessary to continue to push deeper into enemy territory. Bruiser wants the back. They might not be able to. Prim with the heroic swing. They get the shutdown. They will die for doing so. But First Class have lost almost all of their buffs except for the one on Truist, and the XG Lightning keep this game within striking distance.
So the big issue here is that Zac still got the Baron. So at least one Baron buff was salvaged. But then Prim does actually cancel out a couple of members, and then Jinx gets a huge shutdown onto the Syndra. This is a game of crazy. I told you, Darko, by the way, game number 2 was going to be a bit more controlled, and then game number 3 was going to be the hectic one.
Yeah, this is definitely what I want to see out of a grand final in the BOL. A banger 27-minute session so far. Basically, both teams are sitting pretty with even gold with one another. XG Lightning have adjusted nicely. They have a very powerful assassin in the form of Phoenix Flare. This Jinx is beginning to scale up. They've climbed back to about only 1,000 gold deficit versus Peace Pipe, which means that they're very relevant to go for some engages. And look at this. Improvise dives onto Solemn. The Syndra is isolated. They will be blown up. Peptic just has to flash over the wall. And now we could be seeing XG Lightning push for something close to the soul point. We're 2 minutes out right now, but they have once again gotten momentum mid. They're going to look to shove out the bot via Prim as well. And this tier 2 tower is in their eyes.
They want to try and maybe make a bit more of a dent onto this turret, but with no member really committing to it, they probably aren't going to look for it. They have to be extra careful though.
Oh, I am not 100% sure what Phoenix Flare was thinking right there. Once again, Chain CC means that they will not be able to get out with their ultimate, and Improvise was desperately trying to save them with an engage, and so now that's 2 members of XG Lightning taken out, and First Class is looking to chase in Juicebox with tons of help alongside Prim, though they are whittling down Red Squad, and now Phoenix Fire's been revived. That
Look
is
at this.
yet again first class overextending. A double kill for the Akshan. Solemn, though, with a full health bar, gets a beautiful Celestia Juice Box, and the Unleashed
Oh,
Power
the
will
ulti's
take down the
perfect.
Jinx. Cartana chased down. It's an ace for first class. XG Lightning will 4 for 5, but they keep once again the gold within 200 of the victorious team.
If they had action in some of these fights from start, they probably can make them work out. But they always fight with numbers advantage, just like they are pushing into the mid lane turret when the Aatrox, yeah, he looks like he's alone, but the turret is close to the base. If red base is close, oh wait, I thought Solon was spotted.
Dude, I'm so confused about what the hell's happening in this game, I'm not gonna lie.
Action. Fights. Death.
Peptic's on a mission with the DMP. They're so fast. They're going to be
Wants
able
to
to
stop
follow
him,
up
yep.
on this initial engage by Solemn. And Phoenix Flare's yet again caught up before the fight even starts. They have the rewind available, but now it's so deep into
Doesn't
the
want to use it,
controlled
yeah.
space of first class that he just has to zoom away. Luckily, he's got that movement speed to back himself up, but already getting chunked this early into an engage around this dragon means that XG Lightning could be looking for an engage before they actually can go for this neutral objective. They need to find a pick here and now. I just don't know how they're going to be able to do it with first class so heavily clustered up. Improvise has the Magnet Storm available, but the damage needs to come through in order for the Rel to not just immediately get blown up. They're going to find it off the flash. Immediately show Sopper back, but I think that they've done enough to find access for the remaining members of Blue Squad. They are chased away, but Peptic has been killed in return, and now Phoenix Flare has found access onto Solemn, who's trying to kite this out. They get a massive stun and burst combo down. The Ecto will in fact die, but now Prim is looking to play alongside Juicebox to once again bring this fight back from the brink. Bruiser is going to be able to move back because of the saving shot from Solemn, scatter the weak, but Peace Pipe is not so lucky. So many low members of XG Lightning, but they hold on. They find control over the dragon, and they bring themselves to Soul Point.
They get the soul point. They actually end up winning the fight. How is it going? Why is it happening like this, Nyarko? It's a crazy game with crazy stuff, but I wanted to give huge props to Phoenix Flare for not using the ulti, but he had to use the ulti in the fight. You cannot die like that. He didn't press R. Jensen came through for Phoenix Flare in that fight. They still at least get the dragon, like you're pointing out. They got the soul point. They got essentially a teamfight victory, and we're inching closer and closer to Juicebox actually finding value with the Jinx. It's every fight, he's becoming clearer and clearer that Juicebox can actually do things with the Jinx. So maybe for XG now is the point where they can finally make it happen really effectively for them.
And now we have the Baron Nashor coming up in about a half a minute, which means we're definitely going to get some more clashes. This time it's first class trying to pull the trigger, jumping in off the elastic slingshot up against two members of XG Lightning. But here with the Hexgate comes Juicebox, who shoots off a Super Mega Death Rocket into the crowd of 3 members. They're trying to kite this out. They will be able to get to safety. The Aatrox has been blown up, and now Zach is looking for the re-engage. They're trying to get down onto Phoenix Flare and company. They find a huge pullback onto Cartana. However, the Sejuani stabilizes, and now Juicebox has died. They've already got a double kill, and that means that Phoenix Flare can jump in. Solemn is going low, but not low enough for the Echo to land the killing blow. Blue Squad has to back off first class, keeps their mid laner alive, and that means that XG Lightning cannot immediately rush down the Baron Nashor. It's madness on the Rift TDS, and once again, it's a fight with no clear winner.
Oh, I thought Solon was Ambition. I actually thought Solon was Ambition. Still, he's teleporting back in quite quickly. I'm not sure if that's a good plan just because he's still Ambition, so probably could end up turning. But it's a big fight. Yes, they killed Juicebox. I don't know why Juicebox walked into the feathers when the feathers are still down. Saya will destroy you like that and ends up happening just like that. But fights are becoming better and better for XE. Yes, they are still close. Yes, even if you get a good angle, they cannot work out like you're hoping for. But the fights are way closer than you probably are expecting it, and the comfort is not there for either team. Saya also has GA now, by the way, so you have to kill her twice now.
Yeah, XG Lightning, not really up a whole lot of gold, about 1,500, but given the fact we're at the 33-minute mark, you could say these two teams are basically even, and it's a matter of who gets the next Baron and who gets the priority over the Dragon that's spawning up in less than 2 minutes, TDS. Things hold in the balance right now. XG Lightning have the advantage of being able to force a fight in just a little bit, but right now, they're way too far forward, and I gotta ask, what the hell were they thinking? Not everybody from Blue Squad is there. Now the fight is completely split. Juicebox manages to stabilize. They are hammering away at the front line up first class, but they're just too damn tanky at this point in time. And Solemn is just a walking up battery of damage. That means that XG Lightning have to peel off. They have to try to find a re-engage. They cannot let Red Squad push all the way into the base right here, right now. They will not have the priority to get back out onto the map to try to get Soul, and therefore they will hold for the fight in River, but it's a 2v3 while Echo tries to defend the shove down into the mid lane. Kartana tried to front line, but Juicebox is too far forward. It's a double kill for the Syndra, and this means that First Class can move over to the Baron Nashor.
That is one of the biggest throws I've seen coming in, and I put the blame wholeheartedly on Juicebox and the team. Juicebox.
What were they doing, man?
They know that the Baron is not happening. They have vision. They also know that there's a sack on the enemy team. It's nothing new. It hasn't been something that they haven't faced all game. They're still throwing themselves there. Credit to First Class, by the way, though, for taking advantage of the stupidity and forcing the fight in their favor. Gaining the teamfight victory, killing Prim, that I think has been playing a really good game despite some mistakes in some parts. And killing Prim ends up making so that Juicebox has to be the main factor in the game. But because of his bad positioning, it's so easy to take advantage of. And they are able to win the fight so effectively.
Good on Improvise for running interference alongside Prim, who's actually going to maybe push even deeper to try to stop some backs, but regardless, they may have delayed the resets from First Class long enough for XG Lightning to just get themselves to Soul. Immediately, the Hex Gates are going to channel First Class over towards this neutral objective, but the Dragon is about at half health. First Class needs to find the Miracle Engage here and a Miracle Seal to keep themselves stable and use the most of this Baron Nashor, but the Soul has been claimed by XG Lightning. However, the question is, can they get out? Can they save their base? It's a shutdown, though, for Solemn, as once again the Echo is going to fall early in this fight. However, Peptic has been blown up by Juicebox. Karta once again trying to frontline for both of the AD carries. Prim, invisible, looking for some poke, will be able to back off in time, and I think that XG Lightning may have just found themselves back in advantage here, but they have to weather the Baron Nashor, and then Kartana is backing way too far forward. Trist sees the angle, they jump forward. However, their passive is popped. They did not respect the damage from Juicebox and company. Now, it's going to be up to the rest of Red Squad to bear down upon the base. They're looking for the engage once more. Improvise is going to come back up to be able to defend this inhibitor alongside the rest of XG Lightning. First Class just has to peel off, and I think that the worst is over for XG TDS. First Class was not able to capitalize off of the Baron.
I'm watching just Prim try and find the angle. Oh, so close to getting someone back in without really noticing it. But yeah, the Baron is not going to find a lot of value. That Dragon actually could have fallen down much quicker if Prim decided or opted into going for the Dragon instead of going for the kills. Has to be careful here, though. He's too far forward.
You say he's too far forward, but look at the follow-up. Yeah, the rest of Blue Squad is coming through, and Bruiser will not be able to follow up on their own chains because of the Glacial Prison coming out clutch from Kartana. And now XG Lightning once again find themselves with some wave control in the mid lane. There are no neutral objectives to fight over. It's all about a wave clear. It's all about getting a pick. And the question is, who is going to start off what could be the decisive fight of the game? It's so hard for First Class to do anything without vision control, given the fact that in a raw 5v5, XG Lightning have the ability to play off of the Hextech Soul.
They really need to play around the Hextech that they were able to get at the end. Yes, Phoenix Slayer may have died consistently with the ultimate up, but it's still able to get the soul, and I think that's the big part. As long as they don't lose anything meaningful with this Baron buff on the side of First Class, then it's still completely fine for them. Yes, Inhibitor is not meaningful at this point in the game. It's completely fightable, and you can stop super minions from doing anything. Jinx completed rapid fire here.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad that Improvise thinks twice about going for the engage right there.
Yeah.
Coin flipping a fight inside of your own base could just spell doom for XG Lightning. Yes, this is the easiest way for them to get a good fight in
Engage.
their favor. But once again, if things do go sour, they just lose the game here and now. That being said, First Class, they want to try to make it end here and now. But Bruiser has already been obliterated by Juicebox, who gets excited, gets a double kill. Once again, the Syndra is just doing so much damage. They go golden. They're able to stop the Super Mega Death Rocket from landing, and now they bought more space. Truist frontlining once again for this carry of First Class. Juicebox gets a triple kill though. Peace Pipe trying to get something back as well. They kill Cartana, and they have the Syndra to play with as well.
Oh my God, Juicebox, please!
Over the wall, but the Scatter the Wake is up to Pepsi to make the hero play. The Jinx has been revived, but Peace Pipe stays alive, blows up the Akshan. Will have to back off, but yet again, TDS, these two teams clash in the mid lane, and it remains even.
And with the revive, they actually get both Echo and Jinx back up alive. They can try and stop the game from ending. They are not going to allow the inhibitor from falling down either, and the game will go on at least for the next Baron Nyarko. It's way too much. Good thing for First Class, by the way, they didn't lose the GA from the Saya. That's a big important part.
Yeah, for sure. XG Lightning are now finding themselves with a little bit of a gold deficit. Like I said, we're so deep into the game that it doesn't matter a ton, but it does feel like actually First Class has enough team fighting power to actually cut back against the value of the Hextech Soul quite a bit.
To a certain degree, it has. It's still good enough because you can get a lot of the, like, in certain fights, the slow may end up mattering super a lot in the, I was going to say super much, but that sounds kind of redundant. It's can cut the slow by quite a bit, but with the slow, as long as you get a bit of it, and for example, someone like Phoenix Flare is the one that starts it, then you can find a lot of value. Ooh, Cortana.
This is a dicey play by XG Lightning.
I think it's fine.
They know that they're in the area. Now, Improvise is slowed down. They're going to get caught out. They have to flash away, and Cartana throws out their ultimate to continue to keep the lockup down onto Heptic, but Truist can jump forward as well. Phoenix Flare caught out. They have to immediately go golden, but I don't think they're going to be able to sustain themselves throughout the rest of this fight. We get an engage up to the back line, but there's no follow-up for the Rel. Improvise is taken down early in this one. It's up to Juicebox and company to try to do something. But Solemn yet again is free firing upon the team. Yes, Peptic is down. Yes, Jinx is able to get excited, but it's not enough. They're wiped. Everybody except for Improvise has been sent packing. And First Class hold on in game number 4. They're going to be able to bring themselves deeper into the series and stop a sweep from XG Lightning.
First Class did it, and honestly, XG deserves to lose. They don't. I will just come out and say they don't deserve to win. They really didn't deserve to win that game. So many things going wrong, but just because of certain margins, they were able to come back. But First Class did essentially almost everything better than them, in way better fashion and more deservedly so. And that's why we go to a game 4 now. Jinx is a trap pick. Don't go for Jinx. It hasn't worked out. They don't position themselves well enough that it works out for the game. And at the end, it's just been not good enough for the teams. I think that they should just discard the Jinx wholeheartedly because it's not working out at all.
The Jinx did the most damage in the game. I think that you're just kind of reading into the misplays that could happen on any
the thing is this though, like Nyarko, hear me out. The thing is this: it's amazing that you do the most damage, but it doesn't. It's not worth anything even if you do the most damage, you still lose out not only on the game but on your life. Like Jinx died more times than she was able to actually deal good damage in the game.
That's the any 80 carry. That's just playing a marksman. That's what comes with that role, man.
Big Saya, you don't die with one ultimate. Game
all right. Well, there's only one Zaya to go around, man.
That's the thing.
And this time it was put into the hands of Peace Pipe, who did have a pop-off performance early on, but really, you got to focus on Solemn and their Herculean efforts to keep this game stable. They were solo killed to start things off. That Akshan almost looked good for a second there, but this time around, they just were not able to scale fast enough to keep up with the Splinter stacking, and therefore, First Class, they bring this series to 2-1. Yes, still in XG's favor, but we certainly can see the reverse sweep now. The momentum seems to have have palpably shifted, and First Class just looks so confused compared to what they were doing earlier on in the series. So let's see if they can bounce back, but let's see if First Class can get us to a Silver Scrapes moment. We'll see you guys on the other side.
I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm But if I'm But if I'm I'm moving on for good. At least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm But if I'm Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I try but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. 'Cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I try but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division Grand Finals matchup between First Class and XG Lightning. We just saw First Class get the first dub of the day, winning against XG Lightning when it matters most, stopping the 3-0 sweep from coming through. However, now they find themselves back on blue side, and DDS, if you want to read into the stats, you can say XG Lightning have kept 100% win rate on red throughout the series so far. And it seems like both teams actually prioritize picking that side, as First Class with selection decided to go over there for game number 3.
Well, red side used correctly can be really, really valuable. So they are going to utilize it or try to utilize it as much as possible. I think that they had really good ideas going into the red side with some of their picks, and especially in certain rotations, to try and cover for their compositions. Obviously, I think First Class did that as well, especially with the Syndra pick coming through. And even though the Echo kind of was a great wildcard, we saw multiple fights where the Echo was just getting shut down by the Syndra so effectively. He barely had time to use the ultimate, Jensen so many times, and barely could win a fight. And I think that was one of the big reasons for the previous game going their way. So if this time they do have a better plan for it, or if they want to pick away the Syndra, or they have a counter for the Syndra, red side is going to be much more ideal for it.
Yeah, it really did kind of feel like it was a combination of XG Lightning just playing far looser than we saw in previous games. But beyond that, they also were just kind of out-angled during the draft phase by Solemn in particular on the Syndra. It felt like in particular, Phoenix Flare did absolutely nothing valuable that game. Like, sure, they got some assassinations off, but given how far ahead the Echo was early, you would imagine they'd be able to do a little bit more. And so with that in mind, I don't think we're going to see a return to that champion for the jungle of XG Lightning. So far, we're getting a return to actually what we saw in game number 1 with the Sejuani and Seraphine grab so far.
And more than likely kind of throwing away the Jinx, unless this is going to be a Seraphine mid lane or support, kind of throwing away the Jinx priority that we've seen so far. Saya and Syndra, the two best components from the previous game getting picked here. And I think I do like the idea that they are opting into this. Obviously, if you have a good counter for the Syndra, it doesn't really matter. And if you have champions that can try and put pressure onto the Syndra is always great. But the Saya and the Syndra already going to be quite good champions to go into it. Zac as well, I really liked how it performed with the engages that it went for. And it was able to neutralize so effectively whatever Juicebox was attempting to do at all in the game.
So far, this draft is a greatest hits compilation of what both sides have specialized in. Great engage, great setup for big team fights on XG Lightning side. And first class, given the fact that they've won one game so far, going for the picks that won them that one game.
And they are going to go for Milio as well. You were talking about this, if I don't remember wrong, in the first game, right? Milio, Seraphine, that huge amount of healing, that huge value that you get to the team as well. And I think Milio was really good in the second game overall as well. So pairing the two together up in this last game can be quite interesting to see how it performs.
Unironically, just grab the Jinx. Grab the Jinx for XG Lightning, put the Seraphine mid, and get the Milio into the support role.
Wouldn't be a bad choice, honestly.
All right. Well, I was going to expect more resistances given the extent to which you flame Jinx so far, but I think this champion is insane. I still am convinced that that was not at all what lost XG Lightning in that game number 3. Juicebox had a standout performance on the champion, got tons of damage down, and yes, it did cost them multiple deaths in order for them to play that aggressively. But here's the thing, right? You just got to adjust a little bit on that front, and all of a sudden, boom, you have the best marksman in the game, able to output the most damage and get chain kills out the wazoo, and you have so much setup with which to do it, man. Seraphine is so good as an angle to enable the Jinx here.
The big thing for me with Jinx is not really the damage dealing part, it's the positioning part, which I'm not sure if I would be like as willing to give Juicebox the benefit of the doubt after last game. I honestly, like, that frustrated me quite a bit, so I wouldn't be against the pick overall, but certainly I don't think it's the ideal choice just after the last game. That being said, for the comp, fits perfectly fine. Like you're pointing out, Milio and Enchanter. Milio is an actual Enchanter, not a Rel. Rel is not a good champion overall. So
yeah,
giving the Enchanter to the Jinx, the double Enchanter actually, not even just one, double Enchanter to the Jinx, it's not a bad choice. And close it out with a good tank. Obviously, it's quite risky to play a game based off of the Jinx, because essentially with double Enchanter and a tank, Jinx is your damage dealer. But I think that with this sort of how it's going, I would rather have the Jinx be the sole damage dealer and you play to peel for her.
No way they decided to go Rel here. XG Lightning has the ability to just Ultra Mega Fire Kick out a lot of Rel's crash downs. I will say, though, that is a tough call, and I in the past have counterpicked the Rel into Milio and done it to great success. But also, I play against, gold Milios. I don't really think that the same thing is going to happen to XG Lightning going all in on just keeping the Jinx safe. I imagine that Improvise has prepared enough to be able to cut back against these kinds of plays if they're willing to pick Milio in grand finals, and beyond that, pick Milio when they're on the cusp of victory.
True. Maybe this is going to be the game where they pull up all the stops, and this is actually the hyper carry rail performance. It's going to be Lily in the jungle, actually, and Sejuani potentially in top lane. I really like that Lily in the jungle here. Secondary damage threat to the Jinx, not a bad option as well, but the sleep value is going to be huge, especially for trying to reset fights that don't go really your way. You don't need to engage in this comp. You don't need to force the pick yourself, because you have a Sejuani, you have technically the Seraphine ultimate, so you don't need to be the one to start things up. But to reset fights, to reposition yourself, to make fights go a little bit easier for you, the Lilia here can be massive. And her damage is nothing to scoff at either.
Unironically, I think that you go Moonstone Seraphine mid, and then you get Shirelia's on the Milio. Now you're getting both of the support item passives. You have Lilia kind of pseudo funnel through the mid lane. They could grab a little bit of the wave, a little bit of farm, get even more stacked up, get even more powerful. You have the Sejuani in a very stable matchup on the top side of the map, so it's perfectly fine for you to camp what is a relatively immobile Syndra mid. You also have good gank potential on the bot. I'm really liking what XG Lightning is cooking here in this draft. That could be the final one of the night.
Yeah, honestly, all in all, really good for the late game prowess. Obviously, we need to still see how it performs. Maybe if Zac gets a massive pick onto the Milio on the Seraphine, Syndra just blows them up, and that's it for the game. That can perfectly happen. But all in all, I do like how, like, well it meshes together, the composition from XG, and how much value they can find. If it goes super late, I think they have way more value than first class, just off of the both the Surfing and Emilio, as well as Jinx being one of the best hyper carries in the game. But we've seen the way that XG can maybe throw certain things away, and first class taking advantage of those things. So we have to wait and see how it performs inside of the Summoner's Rift.
On first class's side, the execution barrier is yet again a little bit higher than what I think is coming through from XG Lightning, which is pretty wild to say given the fact that so much of this game relies upon Jinx in the hands of a player who, like you identified from game number 3 TDS, has in the past had some big oversteps, right? But at
Yeah.
the same time, it's very difficult for Rel to get value. And we saw that actually come through in game number 3 when it wasn't in the hands of Peptic, right? When it was over on the side of Improvise and XG Lightning. The Rel died so many times, and I feel like we didn't actually highlight the extent to which this champion that likes to be caught out was caught out in situations that they actually could not turn around. And therefore, I think that first class are really trying to school XG Lightning on how this is played by grabbing it here. But if we see a repeat performance this time for Peptic, as we saw from Improvise in game number 3, this just could be an easy lockup of a 4th match for XG Lightning.
Really could be, and looking forward to the next game as well. This is going to be a double range bot lane going against the Rel and the Saya, which, yeah, maybe they have a little bit of push, a little bit of power, but they should be in favor of the Jinx Milio. They should have the damage advantage. Like you were pointing out, Milio should be able to push away the Rel in some of their combos, so I can see XG having a bit better time over on the bot side and being able to push away some of those initial threats that the Rel may have. They have to play around the Zac ganking as well, because that was another big part of the previous game. Zac consistently ganking lanes time and time again until they finally pull it off in some of their situations. And one thing I also want to add onto the Jinx, which kind of gives a little bit more leeway to Giswax this game. Yes, his positioning was bad. Yes, I want him, or I expect him to try and have it better this game, but double enchanter means that you have more leeway to go far forward, because they will heal you and cleanse you more effectively than anything Rel could ever do. I think that is at least going to be much more safer in a sense for Juicebox. You still have to have better positioning, but at least you get more incentive to try and pull off something like that with double enchanter.
That is the generous way to read it, TDS. The worst way to read it, the thing that could actually lead to disaster for XG Lightning, is that the Seraphine and Milio have to walk forward as well to try to get in range of the Jinx
And
to
everyone
save their
dies.
lives, and then all 3 of these squishies just get jumped on by the combined forces of the Rel and Zac, and you have the
Would be
follow-up
hilarious.
Solomon Aatrox, which could just end the game on the spot, man. So
Yeah.
Definitely XG Lightning also doesn't exactly have the easiest pathway forward to win with this composition. It might be slightly easier than what's coming through from first class, but honestly, both of these teams are just picking for comfort, trying to make a statement here and get momentum back in their control. First class looks so good in that game at number 3 on the night, but XG Lightning remains at match point for 2 games running. Now, this will be the 4th game. They enter into it with what I think is a very creative and really well-structured draft. Let's see if they can take it home here or if we're going to Silver Scrapes. We'll see you on the other side, guys.
I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Grand Finals of the Platinum Division. First Class and XG Lightning returning to the Rift. They've been slugging it out so far, TDS. XG Lightning were up 2-0, but they were unable to close it out in 3 as First Class rallied and had to carry performance in the hands of Solomon the Syndra, who gets the champion once again. We'll have to see whether or not the protect the puppy strategy that XG Lightning have bounced back with will be enough for them to finally claim victory, though, in this best of 5.
Well, at least this time there's two puppies. There's the Jinx and the Lilia, technically, that you can play around with. So I kind of like that idea a bit more because even though I think that it's possible to play around with the Jinx, commit everything, all the X to the Jinx, it does leave you quite unprotected in the case that the Jinx dies. And Jinx is an AD carry that can be positioned badly by herself. So you have to be extra careful about it. I think this at least gives them more leeway to play the game in general.
Yeah, positioning has been at a premium. XG Lightning had some fatal errors based upon the fact that Juicebox was way too far forward in a few situations where First Class was frankly off of vision, but in such a way that XG Lightning knew where they were, and it just didn't matter. It led to Barons being taken, and it led to the Jinx dying a few too many times. It led to Improvise having to kind of int themselves to try to peel, and it oftentimes not really working out. And therefore, First Class found themselves with a comfortable gold lead. As such, they were even able to overcome the fact that they did not have Soul, and XG Lightning was sitting on Hex Tech to win that game.
And multiple people consider Hextech to be game-winning souls. It's really powerful souls, so the fact that they were able to play around it really goes to show how well First Class ended up committing and playing around the previous game in a really effective manner. But this time around, we're more than likely going to get a different soul. We don't get multiple souls in a row unless they are clouds, so probably not going to be the case again this game.
You know, I was just looking at this draft in a little bit more abstracted terms, and I just realized that this is a lot of my very favorite champions jamming against one another. You know how much I love to talk about Lilia. You know how much I love to talk about the Sejuani, but honestly, I've become a real Jinx enjoyer as of late, as it kind of fulfills the whole of Zeri that has been left in my heart ever since that champion fell out of the meta, or at the very least, it's picked a little bit less than it was in the past.
All right, I forgot you were a Zeri enjoyer.
I'm a Zeri enjoyer. I'm a Yuumi player. I love Milio. People hate me for many reasons, TDS.
I understand them. There's reason why. But really, I'm not against the champions as long as I'm not playing with them or against them. As long as they exist and I don't have to interact with them, that's kind of fine with me.
I'm interested to see that Improvise has gone over to Relic Shield again on the Milio. I don't think this is the correct angle up against Rel. I know that Peptic is scary to walk up to, but your trading pattern on Milio is such that you put E on yourself, you run forward, and you keep Q up for an attempted engage by Peptic. That allows you to get some auto attacks off if Peptic is going to hover close enough to you for the crash down to land, and from there, you just kind of win the trade outright, but instead they're going to play a little bit more passively with the Relic Shield. It's going to take a little bit longer for that item to get activated, and I'm kind of sad that that's the case right here, because I think that XG Lightning should really be flexing their muscles early. I think that it's very necessary for them to do so, because yes, they do have great scaling on their side, but at the same time, you need to try to whittle down the health bar of Peptic, or they're going to do exactly what we're seeing here. Improvise flashes away, but the Ignite is going to claim their lives, and the Milio is dead. That is a very awkward trade.
If the crash down comes through and you get killed like that, you're going to die really effectively. The feathers as well from Pipe end up coming really, really well to layer down the stuns as much as possible. Really bad by Improvise, really, really good by Peptic to get it done as effectively as possible there. In a lane that really was going super comfortable for XG, ends up getting turned on its head really quickly.
And this is why you never use Q until you see Peptic press the crash down button. Anytime prior to that, and you are opening up the Rel to jump onto you, because the Rel has the health to play with. They get the extra shield from the crash down as well, and it means that you are never winning a fight by setting up with a huge poke tool early on. You need to rely upon Juicebox to do most of the damage. Just use your E if you want to poke.
True, that's a good way to try and play around with it, and they are still waiting so much to get it going again. Improvise now has no summoners, so it's prime target for them to end up getting killed here. Peptic going to get spotted, but they also are going to spot the Lilia.
Yeah. Unfortunate, Phoenix Flare is going to prance in, but finds no angle. Ping's coming down. It looks like Truist might actually want to get into the river to grab Dragon over for first class, given the priority that the Rels bring to the table this early on. But the Lilia Storm
Nope.
remains hovering down on this bot side of the map. However, I don't know they're going to be able to rotate
Oh,
in
Improvise
time
is
to save
fine.
Improvise. Looks like they actually will be able to do so.
Pretty sure they kicked away the rail to try and stop the combo from coming through, and that ends up saving the life from improvising that play. With Lilia also being close by, I kind of think that Truist doesn't want to re-engage or recommit once again, even though Juicebox has no mana, or almost no mana anymore. Probably don't want to be overly aggressive in here just because of the Lilia.
Already, a 1,000 gold lead has been forged by first class. XG Lightning is still looking for angles, particularly off of Phoenix Flare's presence, but it's just the case that the Lilia is looking to power farm a little bit more than Truist on the stack, and therefore they have to continue to kite these camps and just pick up some gold for themselves without the ability to assist the lane. And because that's the case, XG Lightning finds themselves in a little bit of a deficit. The CS going in favor of Peace Pipe. We also see a similar story on the top side of the map. Bruiser 2012 on this Aatrox, having kind of a free lane versus Kartana, who will provide a lot of team fighting prowess later, regardless of where they are on the CS front. But at the same time, it's always good to have gold on an Aatrox. We saw Bruiser do a lot of work on this champion in the past, even though it wasn't the main carry.
The big worry would be if he gets exploded right before he even gets any going or doing anything in the fight. He opted in the previous game for the more lethality oriented build with a bit of resistances, but more lethality than anything else. Oh, Quintana, there's no flash.
It's a 2v2. Phoenix Flare's coming up, but honestly, they're a little bit too late. Immense burst there. And look at the follow-up damage. Truist controlling the tempo of this fight. And the Ignite from Bruiser 2012 makes that 2-0. Oh, TDS, we are going to game 5.
It's kind of feeling like that. Well, we've jinxed it enough times previously in the past to know that maybe it doesn't happen, but at this point, it really feels like that. Great pick in the top lane. Really, really bad by Quintana pushing like that, especially with no vision. And then Lilia thinking that there's any shot that she could do anything. You're a Lilia level 5. You're barely a champion at this point in the game.
There's just no damage. I should know, as a Lilia support player myself, that prior to level 6, you are not doing a whole lot. You should just put your head back into your jungle and grab some camps. But alas, they show themselves. They give 2 kills over to first class, and now at 3-0 with more than 1,000 gold lead now in their favor. First class kind of run the rift. We'll see whether or not they push over for the dragon.
Pretty much going to be the dragon once again, potentially, which has been the formula for XG, right? For 3 games in a row, they've gotten the first dragon each game. So if they can keep that up, that's going to be really, really good. Sejuani actually coming down here. I honestly don't like this, that Quintana is abandoning top lane. It's really not that worth for just the first dragon.
Especially with no teleport available, the Sejuani being down here is not going to do a whole lot of damage. Phoenix Flare is level 6 now, and so first class just has to back off and respect the presence of Red Team. But while this is all happening, Bruiser 2012 is getting carte blanche, shoving in the top side of the map. Probably going to get a plate. Prim rotates in, but now you're just kind of prolonging the problem where now Solomon's in a very favorable matchup for the time being versus the Sejuani, who now, once again, is trying to forge a path towards the top side of the map. But the question is, what is Prim going to do, right? Because they too are either going to have to reset or walk through their own jungle back over to Solomon, who may have just frozen the wave under tower, actually.
Honestly, they are just losing way too much value in terms of CS waves for the dragon. Something that it's really not worthy. A lot of that gold just feels like it's now stacking onto that difference in terms of CS. Luckily, Phoenix Flare has been able to farm as well. Something that the Lilia does do better than the Zac. Consistently farm to try and make himself be valuable. But it's a situation, it's such a weird situation because of the wave that the Sejuani lost. And then now trying to recover in this matchup, maybe to risk the improvise there.
Well, improvise is blown up in an instant.
I don't know
one
if
of the
Guilty
ways
was worth it.
It was not. One of the ways to counter Emilio is get so much CC that you can't Q through the engage and you can't R through everything that is being dumped on top of them. And the rail combined with the Zac is doing quite a bit. You also cannot cleanse the knockup, so that's pretty scary to deal with. XG Lightning has donated more gold in the form of another Emilio death over to the Zac. Truist is in a really comfortable spot.
Well, the big fact of the matter is that they are just going to force onto Milio as much as possible until Milio can actually fight back. That's going to come in later on in the game, but as of now, it's just simply impossible for the Milio to really accomplish anything meaningful because Sag and Rel are just going to stack on top of each other and don't allow the Milio to do anything. Now with the duo with Lilia, maybe they can accomplish something. Maybe.
And I extend this discourse just a little bit further. This is why Milio should always go Spell Thieves in lanes that are not just absolutely slammed in favor of the opposing champion. You need to be able to stack up your support item as fast as possible because bush control versus a lot of engagers is super important so you can actually land your Q in time to interrupt jumps forward. That being said, Relic Shield has been unlocked and Improvise is already rotating up top. We saw them have a good Q to lock up Truist and stop them from immediately engaging into the river, but still, XG Lightning is certainly playing from behind at this point in the game.
100%. At least this rotation over to the Herald I like a bit more because realistically they didn't commit everything to be able to get it. They won't lose as much plates over on the bot side after committing for the Herald, and then they didn't lose anything meaningful elsewhere either. Yes, there wasn't a big fight that they won, but they are not losing anything else. So this can be a perfectly fine trade that they can go for and give more gold to the Jinx down there in the bot side.
We're at a point where XG Lightning is going to be forced to make a play, but we've already seen that First Class has great coverage off the back of Truist, so this Baron, I mean, not this Baron, but rather this Rift Herald could kind of be a bait for Red Squad, right? If the Zac maintains the kind of vision control that they currently have over a lot of these lanes and they maintain presence wherever Phoenix Flare deigns to show up next, it could be a situation where the Lilia tries to force the fight. They have to go very far forward on this champion because of the lack of range. Maybe Lilting Lullaby will be able to cut back against that to a degree, but I'm a doubter on that front, especially this early on into the game, and that could just lead to a situation where XG find themselves up a creek without a paddle, and the Rift Herald may get some value. It may not even be dropped in time before this team is wiped, and more gold going out of First Class right now could be backbreaking, given that, yes, you do have great scaling, but XG Lightning could just be opened up mid, as has happened so many times, and, you know, after a certain point, First Class has to learn from their prior mistakes as to how they play around stuff like the Baron and Dragon.
True. Ideally, you want to correct those mistakes. Prim won't die here, luckily, but that is still a lot of damage that the Syndra did to the Seraphine. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, you say that Prim might not die here, but great follow-up from Truist actually does confirm Prim's death. Their encore is saved, luckily. I think they died before the shot goes off, and therefore it isn't a wasted ultimate, but still, it is a champion laid to waste, and therefore First Class is not only going to be able to pull Phoenix Flare into the mid lane to catch this wave, but they have more priority over the bot side, and they have yet again Solemn starting to stack up.
Well, you just need to look at how bot side is completely blue. There's one red ward, and it's completely blue otherwise. They have vision control, they know what they want to play around with, and they really control over everything that is happening down here. Aatrox and Sejuani haven't been touched in like 5 minutes at this point. Barely have been related to the game apart from that Herald take that Sejuani didn't do anything at all. So with that in mind, just control bot side, control this dragon, skip advantage to Pipe that played really well in the previous game. Same for Solem on the Syndra. And then you just win the game through that. I think they're going to throw the Herald here, but too late.
Yeah, and this is the problem I was talking about. XG Lightning is so far forward, and they are completely isolated. Peptic with a massive engage off of the Flash Magnet Storm, and that is Prim taken down yet again. Yes, Shelly does crash, but it's too little too late for that to go fully in favor of XG Lightning. However, Truist is in a lot of trouble. Still manages to get to safety, though. Doesn't even have to use their passive.
The fact they don't even get a kill here, it's just so sad for the side of XG. At least they are able to fight back. They just lost one member in such a good engage. So in future fights, if they do have the damage on the Jinx, if they have their setup perfectly up for them, I can see them taking the advantage. But at this point, it's all First Class.
XG Lightning has managed to keep this game surprisingly close given the amount of control that First Class has had due to the relentless farming of Phoenix Flare and also the fact that the Jinx has been going toe-to-toe with Peace Pipe and has cashed out a call. But that's not enough for me to have confidence in Red Team right now. As I've always said before, especially at a lower level, it's hard for these teams to gauge the relative gold between either side. Most of the time, they're just looking at kills to actually gauge advantage. And right now, XG Lightning, after dropping Rift Herald, could just end up playing super passively and allow First Class to walk all over them, given the extent to which First Class seem to be in control of this game.
It's so effective on them. I would like for them to just take a backseat. They don't need to do anything really in this game anymore. First dragon already down. Now the second dragon was obtained for First Class. They are more than likely or probably going to get the third dragon of the game, but that is not going to be soul point. That is not going to be soul. So you really don't care about it. You play for your item timings, allow for the rest of the team to catch up in gold and in value for in general. Give Jinx a second item, potentially give Seraphine a second item, same for the Lilia. And at that point, you can really look for fighting. But at this point, you really don't need to do anything else. There's no objective that really matters for you. Even Baron can be kind of ignored to a certain degree.
Langing set up here by Truist. The Elastic Slingshot I don't think is ever going to charge far enough to actually get down onto Kartana, who has a full health bar, and therefore a little bit of time wasted by First Class up here. But honestly, if the Zac isn't looking for ganks, they are just simply in a worse position than XG Lightning's Lilia. Phoenix Flare is doing a great job, once again CSing quite nicely, but we're in a position where if First Class managed to facilitate another play, which could happen up top side of the map as Kartana decides to walk up, but they didn't check the bushes, and the patience of Truce is going to pay off. Phoenix Flare yet again trying to come through to save the Sejuani. They're going to fail in doing so. They activate the Lilting Lullaby. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide, though, and now Prim is caught out bot, blown it up in an instant by the Unleashed Power. It's another 2-0, man. The score is 8-0, and First Class find themselves up about 3,500 gold.
I'm not sure if XG understand that bushes hide people.
Yeah.
And they cannot see champions through bushes unless you're in the bush. Because they had died twice to the same thing. Sejuani died to the sack in the bush, not expecting anything to happen, especially not after not knowing that the sack is nowhere in the map. And Solem as well was waiting in the bush and kills the Seraphim.
Well, you talk about bushes. I want to talk about pushes. That is going to be the tier 1 in the bot side falling. And this gold flowing over to the Syndra is definitely a pause for concern for XG Lightning, as Solemn in the past has been someone that XG Lightning has struggled to get on top of when they had a more engage-oriented team composition. How the hell will you deal with the Fed mid laner if Improvise is no longer on the rel and Kartana is very much behind on the Sejuani now?
Really is. They have barely any control over the map, and I think more so than before. I already said they didn't need to do anything. Now they can't do anything realistically. Unless there's a big blunder by First Class at this point in the game, it's really difficult for the Jinx to find a ton of value because she's just one item and a pickaxe. Then the Seraphine also has only one item. Yes, the Encore can be massive, but these are champions that you play around for in the 25 to 30 minute mark or post after the 30-minute mark as well. But before that, it's really difficult. Maybe disengage, actually.
Yeah, this is a good call. Peace Pipe is going to have to use the Featherstorm pretty early on, and this is right prior to the Dragon.
That's
so XG Lightning are going to get good access over the river for the time being. They still have to be very careful because of the gold and wallet diff that First Class brings to the table. They've cashed out quite nicely. They have good tempo on the side, but this still can certainly be a play that XG Lightning benefits from. They have a lot of ultimates available, a lot of stun spells as well. But that was a big stun over the wall, and now Peptic gets a beautiful angle off their Magnet Storm. The Encore comes out, but it's too little too late. Already, Phoenix Flare is dead. Prim has to flash away to save. The Unleashed Power blows up Juicebox on the far side of this fight. Even Kartana might not be able to escape from this one. Yes, finally a kill has been claimed by XG Lightning, and it is on Juicebox versus Peptic, but that's not enough to deal with the fact that almost the entirety of XG has been cleaned up, and First Class not only get a victorious fight, but they also get themselves the second dragon.
This game is looking really difficult for XG. They are losing way too many fights for their own comfort. They are not positioning themselves well. And the weird thing is that getting first move to the river was already a big victory for them. They just needed to position themselves in a way that they don't simply get randomly stunned by the Syndra, and then they don't leave Juicebox on the side to get engaged on. But that's the kind of position that when you are actually in a good spot, when you have the items, you can force the fight in the favor, but it doesn't feel like we're going to get to that point. XG is really far behind in terms of gold at this point in the game. They are behind in Dragons now, and they don't have a lot of control in the map at all. They need to try and buy themselves as much time as possible.
We're finally having a game like this, TDS. I understand that the hype ain't there for this, but I needed to rest my voice and my brain after these last few games, and therefore, if First Class walk away with this one and they slowly choke out XG Lightning, so be it. XG Lightning still have another game to go, right? And First Class, bringing us to Silver Scrapes moment seems like exactly what the BOL Platinum League deserves, given how crazy things have been up until this point. That being said, yeah, that is First Class eyeing a Baron at the 20-minute mark. Their take is okay. It's not the best in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but who's to say, right, TDS?
They are starting. And I think that was actually one of the better windows to try and go for. Now it's a bit difficult because now the Jinx, the Milio, and the Lily are a bit closer, and then the Seraphine can try and proc the teleport. But it could have been a good potential unless they kill here the Sejuani, which I don't understand what Karchana was doing.
Yeah, we keep talking about how Juicebox gets punished by mispositioning on the Jinx, but yeah, Karchana gets a little bit more leeway, but if you're that far up, you're still gonna die no matter how tanky you are. And in fact, it's 2 kills as Phoenix Flare tries once again to save this champion, and they fail in doing so. Improvise less than half health now, and XG Lightning are getting routed on all fronts, man. Yeah, this is going to be First Class belligerently taking the Baron Nashor while XG Lightning has close proximity to the big purple worm. But you know what? This time, I think that they deserve it. I think that this is the right call for as much as it pains me to say. I mean, what the hell is XG Lightning supposed to do? Even if they steal the Baron, they just get obliterated in the 3v5 that's about to come through.
It's okay. They don't steal it.
Okay,
already used Super Mega Death Rocket.
So here's the other question then, TDS. Why the hell is XG Lightning hovering in the river? Now Prim's dead. Truist gets the flank off. Juicebox is grabbed by the goo arm. Improvise is caught out inside of the bush. And XG Lightning literally looks like a bronze team right now.
Okay, so pretty much we're going to game 5, Nyarko. It feels like that's the inevitable.
I think that, yeah, and Peace Pipe stays alive. Great Featherstorm right at the correct time to get the intangibility as the sleep comes down, and therefore Phoenix Flare can't even get a revenge kill for the fact that the Xayah is able to walk behind the tier 1 topside and blow multiple people up. It's not only a matter of going to game 5 TDS, but First Class looks very much poised to get the reverse sweep going. XG Lightning seem to have lost all willpower to play the game.
The weird thing is that it's not like they couldn't have turned around the game, even before the Baron, even before the picks. But the issue is that Cortana is just saying, like, this is just purposely dying for a bounty. I understand the gold need, but like, the big thing for me is that it's not like they didn't have opportunities to win the game. They could have won the game even before the Baron was happening or things like that. But the issue is that they are trying to overcommit for things that they don't need to. Like, it feels like they are desperate to try and make a play happen when no play needs to happen at all.
Yep.
And that just puts them in a bad spot because they are behind. Like, what play can you really pull off when you're 6,000 gold behind? Prim's dead as well.
Yeah, and I don't get what they're doing here, trying to hover some of these towers that are basically all in favor of First Class. You have no backup there. As a Seraphine, you don't have any damage because you're so far behind. I don't know what you think that the ultimate's going to do, but it certainly isn't going to confirm you a kill. And now Improvise is getting punished as well. They flash away, they blow their ult. It doesn't matter. They're just dead. I think we are going to witness a 24-minute end game here. First Class take down the inhibitor. They can continue to push. Prim isn't up, nor is Improvise for about half a minute. And yeah, I mean, First Class playing prudently here, frankly, is coming at a time where I don't actually think they need to. XG Lightning has just given up the ghost in this game number 4.
Yeah, it just feels like it's now everything First Class and whatever you can accomplish after that. They are not going to be able to get any kill after trying to collapse on the members of First Class, and that means that now it's just XG trying to find some room for breathing. They have to get either a shutdown on someone massive particularly it has to be Solem in my eyes because that has been one of the players that had destroyed them completely. I honestly don't know why the hell Solem has been playing Victor when Syndra has been better. Oh, the engage.
Yeah, Truist with a flash engage, and it's followed up by a beautiful magnet storm onto multiple members, and the tankiness is so immense from both Peptic and Truist that they are able to cause so much havoc before the Rel even falls. Now Bruiser's getting in on getting fed. A triple kill for the Aatrox, and that is going to be a clean up. First Class claiming this fourth game in beautiful fashion.
And that's going to be the game 4 in favor of First Class. Nothing that XG can do. Absolutely nothing. Complete destruction from First Class. Perfectly played out. Great game from Truist once again. Great game from Solem once again. Pipe doesn't need to do anything because you're playing Saya. You press R and you're safe. And with that, I think that there's a huge amount of adaptations that XG has to pull off going into game 5. By the way, first loss of Red Side.
And TDS, given what has happened up until this point, did you expect this game number 4 to play out like this? Did you even expect us to go to game number 4? It felt like XG Lightning had this series on lock, but First Class has adapted, and it feels like XG Lightning have been left in the dust as First Class all of a sudden find all of the willpower to push through. Meanwhile, XG Lightning look more and more haggard with every passing minute.
It's just feels like you're pointing out, First Class adapted into the series. XG kind of just let it go in the same way. They've picked a lot of the same champions in a lot of situations, but haven't really adapted to playing into what First Class is bringing. Like, they make huge blunders, both this game and the previous game against Zac, against Syndra and Saya, that you have to adapt. Like, they're not playing the same game as when it was the second game. You need to adapt to that, and it doesn't feel like XG is doing that. And there needs to be huge changes going into game 5. I kind of expect maybe XG taking blue side, taking away the Saya and banning away the Syndra. It's what I expect.
I think the Syndra needs to be banned, but also TDS, when the hell did Bruiser get 12 kills? Like, well, I did not expect that at all. The
Aatrox is 0-6.
Yeah, I guess that's it, right? I was not expecting that whatsoever, but now he's also another threat that you have to deal with. It just feels like on all fronts, XG Lightning are performing worse in the early game, and they no longer have that special sauce that brought them to victory in the first 2 matches, where they just push from behind around really smart angles towards those Barons, towards those Dragons. They're really going to have to come alive here if they do not want to be reverse swept by First Class. But regardless of what the outcome of this final game is going to be, the fact of the matter is that we're going to a final game number 5, and we will have Silver Scrapes playing all the while. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. This Platinum League going down to the wire makes so much sense given how the season has played out so far, and we have one more match ahead of us. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division for the final draft of the season. First Class and XG Lightning are facing off once more. First Class bringing this series back from the brink now are on the cusp of reverse sweeping XG Lightning. And honestly, TDS, there's just so much that needs to be done on the drawing board prior to this draft for me to have confidence that Red Squad can actually bounce back here and get the series done 3-2.
Already adaptation though. SAC banned away, so that means that there's no going to be 3 games in a row for Tourist on the SAC. And I think that's a smart approach. I still would think Syndra is also kind of a big issue, but there's ways to manage around it. That being said, actually stayed on red side. I thought they were going to take blue side, and First Class will get the first pick. Potentially going to be the Saya now that Syndra is banned away.
Thank God they banned the Syndra, man. Holy crap, has First Class coasted to victories off of this champion, especially in game number 2. Although you also cannot discount the fact that Bruiser, put Cardina behind the tool shed and just went to town on them. It's going to be a tough time if First Class get all of these favorite champions for the side lanes. The Thresh is actually going to be their B1. This is something that has been knocked away by XG Lightning so far in every game of the series.
Every game has been banned away. Now that it's open, they immediately pick it. They have to be exceptionally confident that the Thresh is going to be amazing. And with that in mind, it's going to be the Sivir picked first here. What do you follow up on the Sivir here, though? First pick Sivir. Maokai, I think, not a bad option. Open, you can play around it really well. Maps are going to be amazing. And the ultimate can find a lot of value. I think Thresh being picked pretty much means that you're going either Aphelios or Jinx. I don't like or really think that Thresh Saya is the best of pairings, but if you still don't feel that comfortable playing anything else, Saya is the potential best option for you to look for. But I think Aphelios Jinx makes more sense.
Yep, we still see Jinx making it through the ban phase. That being said, it has kind of been a radioactive selection up until this point, so I'm not going to lie, CDS.
0 victories.
I still think that from a macro perspective and from, a perspective that we're sitting here in our ivory tower, it's still a fantastic AD carry, but my god, has XG Lightning failed to make this thing work in the past 2 games. Xayah going to be grabbed by First Class. They want Peace Pipe back on All Reliable, but the Viego for Truist is definitely a new angle.
By pick here, you have a Maokai. Is that a Maokai top, a Maokai support, or a buy top or mid lane? There's going to be different ramifications here. We have to wait and see. With the pick, I really like the pick of the Viego, by the way, giving another layer of carry potential to the jungle. You have to play around it well enough, but it's a really good champion to pick around. I think against Maokai can be really effective. Now with the bans, Aatrox makes sense considering how effective Bruiser has been in the previous games. And I think we're going to see quite a bit of top lane focus coming in on this round of bans, Picture taken away as well. So we're not going to see almost any champion that we've seen so far this series, at least from Solem.
No way, bro. They actually ban the Akshan from Prim. That's crazy, man.
Respect. You have to respect the action. Who knows? Maybe it hyper
don't.
carries the game.
No, you don't, man. The champion.
It won game 1.
The champion is stone useless. Any champion could have won game 1 for XG Lightning in that situation.
Ooh.
Honestly, Prim was playing on hard mode going for the champion, but alas, we do have a very interesting angle in this draft where I was thinking that was going to be Maokai support, but I've been proven wrong, although, I've seen Blitzcrank juggle.
It's okay, I did too. I thought it was Maokai support. I don't think you play Maokai top lane as of now, but it looks like it's going towards that lane with the Blitzcrank pick. And actually is kind of going for a really interesting draft when their hopes are on the line, when it's just the last game. I want to see if it delivers, but First Class now goes for another carry top laner, Camille. Not a bad option necessarily, can manage out against most tank top laners if played well enough. And if you want to go for a mage right now, I think probably with Syndra, Picture, and Orianna out, Seer wouldn't be a bad choice. But he's not as strong as he was previously. Annie is the other good option to force engages, but she can get handled really effectively as well.
TDS, unironically, you go Vi mid and then you go Gwen top here. It is so actually cracked as shit for XG Lightning.
I was thinking the buy mid, but I wanted to see if they go for a mage in the mid lane first. Buy here wouldn't be a bad option. I agree.
I mean, it does kind of hurt to play it into Annie, but honestly, get Prim
Honestly,
into
it's
a
not that
position
bad
where,
of a matchup. It's actually
yeah,
not that bad of a matchup. They're not going to go for it for what it seems, but it's actually not that bad of a matchup. You can almost always threaten with the Q, and even
yeah.
if the enemy has shield, as long as you have Q plus Maokai, you just see her so effectively.
Instead,
But
we're
it's
gonna
going
see
to
the
be
Ari. Yeah, see the Ari for the mid lane. It's gonna be the Maokai top most likely. I honestly think Vi top could be pretty good into Camille actually, or at the very least, it's not backbreaking. Meanwhile, I don't think that the Maokai is a great option for a solo lane right now. It really freaking sucks.
well. There's a reason why we haven't seen it.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly,
because
because
it's
it sucks,
good.
man. Oh
So
god. I
damn.
mean, this is a team that has picked Akshan twice in grand finals, though, so make it that what you will, right?
Hey, I won't stand here for you to slander my man Action when he has done absolutely nothing because he's super useless for for so much long, for so much many time. It's way too late, okay? I'm beginning to get confused with my own words, but
Mm-hmm.
with
It's
that in
okay.
mind, it's a confusing composition from XG at least.
Yeah. Unironically, even though we are massively sleep deprived, I still think that we put together a better draft in theory than First Class or XG Lightning here. Maybe I speak too soon, but First Class is in a position where they're drafting standard, but there's a high barrier of execution, and I can't bringing that up. Clearly, it has been a concept that is thrown around willy nilly, and I don't know the extent to which either team have actually been impacted, because they all seem to have very good grasps of their champions. But you have a
True.
Camille that needs to do quite a bit, especially if this is actually going to be a Vi top. You have a Thresh that has a massively high skill ceiling and will have to do a lot just to get the maximum value out of the Zaya that they're with. But at the same time, XG Lightning are pretty weird, pretty wonky. I think that this Maokai for Kartana, if it is in fact going top, is going to just be frankly disastrous up against the Camille. You have the Vi that needs to get in under the Viego and do a lot early, but up until this point, I think that Truist has actually just kind of been out jungling in the past 2 games. And you also have an Ahri in the mid lane that's just not going to be doing nearly as much damage as the Annie. So with all those things in mind, I have to hand it over to Blue Squad here for this draft.
It's kind of difficult to see if it's going to work out effectively. I was thinking if Maokai Top was a really good pick, at least for Cantona, you can kind of argue that they would have been the First Class would have been the side to ban away the champion, but it was consistently banned by XG, so I don't think it's a power pick that you can associate to Cantona in any way or anything like that. And then thinking about how the comp works, like this comp feels so reliant on snowballing. If they don't get a snowball going, I just see late game fights going against them. Yes, they have a Sivir, that's great and all, but like she has this one spell shield for 4 CC abilities. So I'm not sure if it's going to be that effective. And if the Blitzcrank pulls someone that isn't really the best target, for example, let's say he pulls the Annie out of nowhere and you're not able to CC her down, boom, your team goes out of the picture. So
Boom, your team goes boom. I get what you're saying
yeah, I
here,
wanted to say
Gio.
boom goes boom, but yeah. The thing is, it's way too reliant on the snowball, and then the Sivir, yes, amazing late game champion, but it has to do way too much for it to feel comparable to the Saya's job in the opposite composition.
Yeah, man. I mean, imagine having to snowball into a Camille with a Maokai top and an Annie, alongside having to snowball with a Sivir into another incredibly safe late game oriented bot side of the map. It's not like the Zaya Thresh are going to be easy to kill whatsoever. You're probably going to have to send the full cavalry over there. I don't know if Vi's going to do enough even post level 6 because of Featherstorm to keep this champion down. Thresh boxing up the Vi as well, zones out Sivir and Blitzcrank quite nicely, and so a lot is riding on multiple people on XG Lightning side having the pop off and carry performances of the season here. Certainly is possible, First Class had to probably expend quite a bit of mental effort to bring back that game at number 3. And while they did coast a bit in the 4th match, XG Lightning have been powering up ever since, right? They have sat down, been hit to the floor by 2 separate games that just did not go their way. But as much as First Class stomped in game number 4, XG Lightning was able to kind of sit back and just run it down and focus on this next game. So if this is what they want to bring to the table here, they could bring it. XG Lightning First Class facing off one last time to end out this season TDS. One way or the other, one of these teams is walking home as champion, and I am super excited to see what happens on the Rift. Q Silver Scrapes once again, Pop Tart. Thank you so much for being our producer, and thank you so much everybody for watching. We're gonna see you guys in just a few minutes. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division. First Class and XG Lightning are facing off for one final time. It is a decisive moment here in the Platinum League. Grand Finals have been crazy so far, TDS, and I think that we're going to end it with a bang.
How crazy do you think this game can get? Do we think it goes over 20 kills?
Interesting call. I do not know. I think that there's a good chance that it goes over 20 kills total, but I don't think that either team is getting to 20 kills. I think
Okay,
that
fair enough.
while it might be close for a while, I feel like we haven't really gotten a game so far that actually gets cleaned up pretty quickly after, say, Baron is taken. That might be the case for this final one.
I kind of want to say that it goes over 20 kills just because I want to see blood, but
Mm.
it feels as a caller, I cannot go outrageous. I believe the same as Nyarko.
Yeah, your
Nyarko's a
play-by-play
smart
is
person.
getting their brain absolutely fried off of several absurd plays earlier on in the split and in even this series. So make of that what you will, TDS. I don't know if I can handle a 20-plus kill game from either side.
Yeah, as long as it's a good game, I'm all happy for this. And this is just my first. This has been my first series, and I'm about to lose my mind as well. So,
Dude, BOL Plat has been actually just completely unhinged for the entirety of this season. I wish I was memeing about the Baron steals. I know that I've talked to you about them before, and then we watched 2 Baron steals in game number 1, so I think that that's enough to convince you of the fact that, with no hyperbole, I see a higher density of those kinds of plays in this league than anywhere else, and frankly, anywhere else combined with any other league, actually.
this is the true testing ground for PvP casters. Just how crazy can you get while narrating what is happening on BOL Plat?
I was I sent my reel actually off to Desrux the other day just for some review, right? And he was like, "Holy crap, you have too many Baron throws that you casted in your reel." And I'm like, "Dude, I've casted nothing but Baron throws for the entirety of the Platinum League. What do you want from me?"
Tell that to the teams, not me. I've been the one that has been getting the good calls.
Big mobilization already from XG Lightning, pushing up into enemy territory here. Maybe looking for a pick off the back of Improvise. I don't think that they have a full angle as to where Truist is. They're currently farming the Krugs, for those of you who are not looking at the minimap. But, you know, right now, Phoenix Flare is going to get a little bit of a snack in the form of those chicken nuggets for the time being. The question is, could we possibly see a reclaps or at least something done to Juicebox, who has been left alone?
Oh, the
Now
hook
they're gonna
connects. That's it.
Cleanse lands pretty quickly, but now that's gone. Juicebox tries to flash away to preempt Truist, but they're just going to follow with a flash of their own. And yep, First Blood claimed. And not only is it First Blood, but it's put onto Peace Pipe.
Perfect execution coming in there by First Class. And that was something that I was trying to think about. Meanwhile, we see Solomon in the mid lane, but a great way to dissuade the gang coming through. Did they spot Truist doing the red buff? And I think they didn't. Because if they did, they probably could have played around that with Juicebox a little bit better. But because there was no spot over on the vehicle, they moved forward. Gotta say, great hook by Peptic. Surprisingly good that connecting through the minions, getting perfect setup so that the Viego can come through. But it all came through of the fact that Viego wasn't spotted. That would have been a pretty different story if Viego is seen.
Just really quick to focus back on the play mid lane that XG Lightning tried to force, I do want to note that both Prim and Phoenix were burned their flash just to force Solemn to burn their own and get safety. And Prim, on top of all that, dropped an Ignite that did absolutely nothing. And so you look at the gold, you look at the resources, everything is in favor of First Class to start off this game number 5.
But the first game was pretty similar. Everything was used in favor or was in favor of First Class until it wasn't. So if you're an XG fan, believe.
All right, well, you can also see that game number 4 was pretty similar to TDS. So if you're a First Class
Wait,
fan, just
won't you
wait
mean
for
3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think game 4 was
No,
close.
game 4 until this point was like pretty similar, right? First Class on blue side has gotten a kill. Now all we gotta wait for is Phoenix Flare to force a play top with Kartana, and then they lose the 2v2. Truist is already setting up for something like that. We'll see whether or not the Maokai is going to be able to respect or even see where the Viego is angling right now.
They saw him.
They're going for the full alcove play.
But they saw him. The Maoke was spot or pinging out that the Viego was over on that side. He still is playing over on the alcove, so if Maoke is smart enough, I think he just waits for a bit and don't commit necessarily. Like the minions are pushing onto him. He's going to spot the Viego once again. So there's no need for him to do anything. In the meanwhile, Bai is getting quite ahead of the Viego.
Yeah, this is an interesting overstay by first class topside. Truist is really getting absolutely no value except for splitting some of the XP with Bruiser 2012, which you could say is actually cutting value away from the Camille. And while that's all happening, SG Lightning is just going to help themselves to a pretty free dragon.
I think fifth game in a row. Once again, first dragon in favor of XG. That has to be such a weird statistic to be able to get going for you. Getting five first dragons consecutively in just a series. That's actually really good for Phoenix player.
I mean, you could just say that it's a stylistic thing. People do tend to overvalue Dragon. I think that Dragon is a little bit stronger than the true detractors say it is. But at the same time, it isn't like first class in most cases has just been giving up first Dragon for free. They either are just dying or they are getting a cross map going. Here, this
Yeah.
is kind of an anomaly where Truist does try to go for a gank onto Kartina, but they don't respect the vision control of the Maokai, and therefore we're in a situation where, yeah, that's probably the freest of the Drakes so far for XG Lightning. Meanwhile, bot side of the map, we got the traded Glacial Augment procs off of Peptic, Hex flashing in, trying to get an on a juice box. Another great death sentence, though, is still going to make this a pretty favorable trade, at least so far for first class. Although Phoenix Flare is here to try to turn this around. Thresh might be in a little bit of trouble, excuse me. Not Flesh, that is more disgusting than I expected. And oh my god, Peptic is tempting fate, throwing out another death sentence while the blade from Juice Box is going to shred their health bar.
Yeah, that was closer than it needed to be. I thought it was going to turn out into such a good play for the side of first class, but really well managed by XG, forcing them into a horrible spot. And even though there was an item discrepancy between 80 carries, it didn't turn into anything big.
First class and XG Lightning just trading back and forth. The gold lead has shrunk to only about 500 in favor of first class right now. XG Lightning doing a good job getting things back to neutral and maybe looking for a play that can allow for them to move over to the top side, get a second neutral objective for themselves, and to really put this game in motion.
It's still a pretty close game overall, though, so it's not like they need to commit to certain things or make things happen at all. From either side, really. Like, Dragon is down, Herald is going to come up back up soon, but really they don't need to commit for anything big in that sense. Quite interesting though, Trist is behind from Phoenix Flare quite a bit, and it has to do mainly with the play that happened topside because of the amount of time that it took for them to actually pull up a play. Phoenix Flare is actually in such a comfortable spot right now.
I think that Truist will be able to bounce back a little bit as Phoenix Flare needs to take it back. They have the Caulfield's Warhammer available, but if they really want to cash in on the it would be nice for them to go for a reset. First, though, they want to try to gank mid lane, and that was a heartbreaking interaction where Improvise didn't account for Prim's Charm, and therefore the Annie escapes a very narrow gank that could have been a kill picked up by XG Lightning to even up that score, but instead they just have to try to balance that out with the priority that they're getting over this Rift Herald. They're setting everybody up here.
The big thing as well from that gank is that Phoenix Flare used Flash. So now there's no Flash on the buy. They are going to get this Herald like you're pointing out though. But at the same time, Saya is staying bot lane. It is a pretty similar situation to the third game where Saya was getting free plates, free farm. Meanwhile, yes, you're getting the Herald, but the value is pretty much getting completely answered elsewhere.
There is obviously the ability for XG Lightning to, on balance, get back ahead. But now it is shunting that value into the future and into a state where we aren't 100% certain that XG Lightning will be able to make the most out of Shelly. Meanwhile, for first class on the cross map, this is just guaranteed gold over to Peace Pipe, and it will keep the Xayah ahead of Juicebox for quite a while. We know that this champion has its own immense late game prowess, and so therefore, I'm a little bit worried about the scaling for XG Lightning, given that there is a lot of stability for first class come mid and late.
Really, the value that they are getting off of just a couple of moves from XG is so important for first class. And like you're pointing out, yes, the Sivir may be a late game extraordinary champion, but Saya is also not that bad. Like, you can actually carry a lot of the games through the Saya getting those multiple items, and then her ultimate is going to be so valuable for herself. So you really need to find some sort of punch to really just make yourself find some avenue back into the game. And it's something that we're talking about inside of the draft. You need to get a lead. Your composition really likes to play with a lead because without a lead, without snowballing, it can become quite difficult to play the game out.
Almost the entirety of the gold lead is
So
currently on Peace Pipe, but it isn't stopping Bruiser from pulling the trigger and getting down onto Prim themselves. Once again, the Xayah just left alone to free farm on the bot side of the map. And I just feel like Juicebox is in a position where they're just getting absolutely nothing by sticking with the rest of their team. The Sivir needs some coverage from Phoenix Flare and Improvise, don't get me wrong, but for the love of God, catch some waves, man. Once again, Peace Pipe is just able to drive a wave into the tower.
it's going to be a 5v5 here. Oh, Cardinal.
All right, Kartana a little bit caught out pretty early on in this one.
Oh, the engaged
But
shoes
that
box.
is a massive Nature's Grasp, and the Maokai has immense takiness. Now, Truist is completely isolated from the rest of Blue Squad. Phoenix Flare hops over the wall, gets the cease and desist
Cardinal's
off
alive.
time to keep Kartana alive. And now, here comes the re-engage. Peptic gets hit by the charm, is able to just walk this one back, though. Improvise is looking for some way to grab up a member of First Class, but so far, they are unsuccessful in doing so. Peace Pipe has now made their way into the mid lane. Here comes the push forward from the rest of Blue Squad. Teleport back in from Kartana. They're going to return to this fight, and Peptic has been whittled low. Juicebox getting immense value off of their damage, and Prim is following up so nicely. Solemn is going to die here, and all of a sudden, First Class find nothing on that play, and XG Lightning stampede ahead, a 3-0, and you could say that that was all First Class's fault.
Essentially, to a certain degree, yeah, pretty committed to the fight. Two different fronts. Diego was alone pushing on to Cardinal for some reason instead of committing with the rest of the team. Same for the rest of the members, and it just goes completely out of place for the side of First Class. XG getting full advantage of that. Then the re-engage as well from Pacti, completely questionable because it doesn't really make sense how you're going into that when there's no one that can really follow you up accordingly on it, and they lose the fight at the end. Now, the dragon is still alive though, so they can try and fight it, but really weird sequence of events there for XG.
And now we got Red Squad with presence in River, gonna be able to get up to a second dragon, and all of a sudden the win conditions are falling into place a little bit more. It's like a magic eye picture, TDS. I'm squinting so hard trying to see what XG Lightning was going for, but now yet again they've stacked up dragons. It is just going to be Cloud Soul, but still the momentum is here. Their catch potential is great, and if they continue to pull priority and get themselves vision control over this neutral ground, XG Lightning is in a position to play off of Improvise on this Blitzcrank to immense potential.
And that was going to be one of the kind of wildcards that you can try and play around with, right? Blitzcrank almost always, even though there's certain champions that you probably never want to pull into your composition, he warps a lot of how the game is being played. Similar to Zac, similar to Fiddlesticks, you have to be ready to how he goes into the game and how he wants to pull certain targets. And the fact that he's allowing for the team to be in such a good spot, I think speaks good things for Improvise.
The good thing is that First Class had so much control over the very early part of this game that they still have a cushion of gold. They are behind now, but not disastrously so. The game is still within striking distance, only 500 down. Blue Squad can make a play that goes very much in their favor if XG Lightning are unable to capitalize upon that magic moment where they manage to get the 3 kills.
Going to be interesting if they are going to be able to pull it off like that. One thing I will say though from the previous like 5 that we saw, right, is the ultimates weren't actually that badly used. I really like the engage from both Salem and Bruiser. It's just that they weren't able to really burst out the champion they were focusing on. But if they are able to use it effectively a bit better next fight, they certainly can find an angle for it to work out.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. First Class, I think, is in a position where they need to go for something relatively soon because they still have a good power spike on Peace Pipe right now. They have the Cole cash out. I think that on the next back that they are going to be able to get themselves upgraded boots. They're still sitting pretty at more than 1,000 gold up versus Juicebox, right? And that means that maybe this Rift Herald and just incentivizing a fight is all that they need to do to get back into this one. And XG Lightning have to respect the power that First Class is still bringing to the table, given how well distributed the gold is on Blue Squad's side.
100%. I do think though that Xayah right now, even though she is quite strong, I'm actually surprised with how Cortana or how survivable Cortana is when you look at that. Because the previous fight he actually took quite a beating from both the Piego and the Camille to
Yeah.
a certain degree, and he barely died. So as of now, I'm not sure if Saya being there is going to be also enough to take down the Maokai or not. Maybe they need more items, but it's not like it feels like it's not the case in that regard. They are also going to forgo this next herald. They are going to try and take down this bot lane turret to kind of answer to the mid lane turret falling down as well. Peacepipe is taking quite a bit of damage.
It doesn't matter. They got the lantern to get on out of
True.
there. That being said, cross map trade, like you were talking about, TDS is going to come through for XG Lightning. As 3 members, they are going to push down onto the tier 1 on the top side of the map. Already, the mid has been claimed by XG Lightning, which, given the fact that they're looking for dragon stacking, is quite good for them. And I have to say, this mid game is going quite in favor of red team right now. I know that there's still very much win cons for first class, but I have to highlight the fact that XG Lightning may have actually performed for the cleanest first 15 that we've seen from them so far in this match.
I would argue Game 3 probably a close contender as well, if not for kind of the throw that they pulled off. But yeah, this has been a much better performance in that. I will say I think that it kind of helped by Pipe not really being a part of the previous fight. But certainly much better performance by XG to try and not make the early game go completely haywire. And if they can keep finding some advantages with the small advantage that they have currently, then they can try and turn around this game in a really effective manner.
Oh, TDS, I just realized that we have to do interviews after this, man.
It's okay, they are trapped in here with us, not the other way.
Uh-huh. I think I'm more trapped by, the March of Father time. Dude, I gotta go travel tomorrow. My brother's graduating, like I was telling you, but I'm just at my parents' house. We actually have to go over to the college now, and that's like a 4-hour drive, and I really do not want to do it on 0 sleep.
Well, you can get 2 hours sleep.
There you go. Perhaps.
2 is better than 0. Or
That
that's
is
what
true,
I
man.
think.
All right, well, we
Oh,
aren't quite
wait.
at Baron Nashor
Damn.
just yet, and that is meaning that first class can just really focus on the bot side, try to hammer something home before this dragon, and they do manage to send Prim packing. That is a flash burn. Here's the Hextech ultimatum, but unfortunately, Bruiser just is not doing enough damage. Improvise is actually the one picking up the kill, and yeah, Kartana is going to die, but the angle from the bite is
Oh, the
immense.
hook.
Phoenix Flare with their
That's a
empowering
huge
heat just
victory.
blows up Zaya on the backside of this one. They're looking for a triple kill as they get onto Peptic as well. Everybody else has fallen, and XG Lightning comes alive 18 minutes in, and they further their lead.
They got baited by the commitment onto Prim. The first move onto Prim, I think it's not a bad option. They forced the flash out, really good pick, really good attempt. But then the way that they moved into the fight, completely awful. Cortana played that amazingly well. Top lane Maokai is doing so much for the side of XG. And also gotta give credit to Phoenix Flare because he was able to focus down the Saya really effectively. This game is going in favor of XG and Yarko. Something that we weren't expecting with their comp, but it's working out.
They're already at soul point, 18 minutes into this one, TDS. This is an extremely accelerated game state. I'm telling you, man, this could be the one time that we see, once the Baron goes down, a very clean victory for one side or the other. That being said, things are certainly looking like they're going to go over to XG Lightning. They have finally rallied after 2 games away.
Well, it doesn't really matter if you are forced into game 5 as long as you're able to win game 5. That's truly what matters. If you win game 5, everything else matters absolutely nothing. And so far, XG are doing a really good job at that. 3k gold lead is not as much as it should be or as you need for the side of XG, but I think that overall it's still good that they are getting this lead. And crucially, I think recovering for Juicebox because Juicebox was not in a good spot starting the game off. So
Not at all,
as
no.
of now, the fact that he has the Kraken Slayer completed, BF Sword, oh wait, Juicebox, no.
Is going to be
Oh.
able to use that spell shield, gets away, but is slowed down by the sweep. Improvise tries to go for a hook, lands it down onto Truist, fires off their Everfrost, which, by the way, it's Everfrost Blitzcrank. I forgot to feature that for the audience. But yeah, it's still a pretty crucial pick, though, for first class. They're going to be able to rally back around this top side, get their vision line moved up in preparation for a Baron play. But unfortunately, in doing so, Peptic decides to just walk blindly into enemy territory, and they will die for doing so.
I was going to apologize for Juicebox, but at least they get something back. So not all is completely that bad. Cortana also going to get collapsed down here. They do quite a lot of damage to this Maokai though.
This is kind of a weird call, though, for first class. This is the most classic cross map you can ask for. Truist and
Baron just
Bruiser
spun.
spending a lot of time trying to rush down the Maokai, and while this is all happening, SG Lightning can concern themselves with the Baron Nashor.
They're not killing Cortana. They're taking way too long. And even though there's pipe here on the side, it's just a side. I don't think you can stop this Baron from happening.
Yeah, not
It's
at
going to be
all.
free Baron.
Yep.
That
And
is-
I don't like that cross map. It's 100% not worth it for first class. And now XG Lightning already with priority because of the fact that they've taken down that mid lane tier 1 are going to be able to fully get themselves ahead on the tower count. And beyond that, they're setting up at perfect time to then move over and get themselves soul.
Exactly, they have everything in their power now. With this Baron, they can try and pressure a bit more of the side lane. Yes, Maokai will not get in, and Ari doesn't have the teleport. But realistically, as long as you have the right members in the right position before the dragon happens, it doesn't really matter. They can push for the turrets that are still open, and if they can try and get a bit more gold in their favor, that soul should be as good as theirs. Really weird decision by first class, though. It's not necessarily a bad option, but you have to be ready to respond to the Baron. It's one thing to want to go for a cross map play, but immediately you have to be ready to go for Baron because that's the answer to the cross map play.
All right, well,
Good
another
charm.
hook over the wall by Peptic to start this off. Glacial Augment proc means that Improvise can immediately move into the river, and they whiff their rocket grab on the way in anyway. So XG Lightning are going to be starved of an initial engage here, but first class, yet again, just so shoved forward here. And they're trying to get something done against Phoenix Flare, but now Improvise can land their hook, and it doesn't matter how much damage Solemn does, where they just cannot access the play at all. Enemy territory is now their own. XG Lightning with full control over the mid lane in this game.
That's a turret down, another turret down in the mid lane, potentially pushing for more, and this is looking really rough for first class. They have to find an angle for a fight, but Improvise with those hooks feels so threatening, feels so difficult to try and make something happen in their favor for first class.
It's crazy that first class, with such insane momentum from game number 4, just feel completely outclassed once again. XG Lightning truly were just soaring up all of their mental fortitude for this final game, looking to take it deep, and now XG Lightning are in the position where they could get a few more picks and just end the game outright.
I think someone said content, and I kind of agree. Actually wanted content. Oh. The hook goes wide. They still
Yeah.
can force a fight here.
No, definitely the case. Kartana, once again, just working as the point man, get to be hit by the Hextech ultimatum. But frankly, I think you're using the ultimate on the wrong guy, Camille. Now look at the re-engage. Another beautiful hook from Improvise, and Solemn is sent
They're just
packing.
winning this.
Heptic is locked up and killed as well. And now it's a push through the bot side. The tier 2's going down in TDS. You mentioned it. This game could just be over. XG Lightning find themselves with an immense gold lead at the 23-minute mark.
So death timers make it so that they cannot push to win the game. But oh, the flash in, the kill.
Yeah, you say that, but they can just continue to whittle away at first class
Truist is dead.
defenses. Unfortunately, while Truist does fall, Bruiser does manage to trade that back, so XG Lightning will not have their immediate victory. That being said, Peace Pipe's in a hell of a lot of trouble. They get off
Oh,
the
the
Feather
airing.
Storm, but it will cost them their life. Prim getting their kill. And yeah, that's Dragon going down. Soul now accomplished. XG Lightning, complete control over everything you could ever ask for. Not quite at 10,000 gold up, but still, at this point in the game, proportionally, they are so in the lead that first class can do absolutely nothing but pray that Red Squad throws.
It's so difficult for the side of first class to really find angles because one good hook from Improvise completely destroys the way that the teamfight was going to go anyway. And now it's just complete advantage for XG. They no longer have the Baron, but they now have the Soul on their side. They took down a lot of the turrets, didn't open up the base, but they don't need it. They don't need to open it up just yet. It's going to be just a bit before they are able to accomplish that. And item-wise, they have an advantage. They have more items than each of their members. Bai is super strong. Phoenix Flare has 3 items to just the 1 from the Viego.
Warner positions where XG Lightning have a very clear stepping stone until the deep game. where they can go for the Baron pretty quickly here. First Class could try to contest, but I just frankly don't think they're going to be able to recover enough gold or get a good enough engage to where I feel confident that they could actually
Oh,
take
wait,
down the big
Improvise?
purple worm. That being said, Improvise is going for an incredibly suicidal play on the Blitzcrank. It's a bait for sure, but they're going to get shut down for it. And now Carton is teleporting in, but they could have gone too deep off that ward. Here comes the Hextech Ultimatum once more. Prim will blow up the Viego, though, and somehow the Tree Man does get back into the river. Bruiser's going to duel with them. But while that's all happening, look at Juicebox on this Sivir. A double kill for not only them, but the Arya as well. Share the wealth even more.
No, the meme.
Now Neil looks completely caught out. First Class almost find an angle there, but XG Lightning simply played better.
Improvise baited it perfectly. It was all for the Blitzcrank, and it works out massively for the Blitzcrank. It was all planned, Nyarko. You cannot tell me otherwise.
All right, I won't tell you otherwise. I will just make a bunch of guttural noises in doubt. But, you know, regardless of what exactly happened there, Improvise certainly did start off the fight. Be it in the best way possible, who's to say. They do manage to get 2 towers off of that, though. Still no inhibitors going down yet, though.
Not completely necessary. They have already opened up the base. Now, with their champions being as far ahead as they are, they really just need to get another teamfight victory and probably can close out the game. Baron wasn't even up either, so they have now 15 seconds to go back, get more items to get stronger, and take down that Baron in the game. I think that the steps that they are taking are the careful ones because we are on game 5 of the grand finals. They probably would have been a bit more aggressive if it was any other game.
Now with the Baron Nashor up in 3 minutes before the Elder Dragon, First Class have now found themselves facing down that storied 10,000 gold milestone in favor of XG Lightning. And as you were saying, TDS, maybe it is the case that Improvise has just blown the game even further open in favor of XG by sacrificing themselves to get the full-on wipe, and now Blue Squad has absolutely no ability to push up whatsoever, and that's going to be the Baron Nashor. And honestly, is Elder Dragon even needed at this point, man? I think they just walk this down mid and win the game.
They really can just try and push the wave. Obviously, it's still risky just because you kind of are giving up an opportunity for the side of First Class to try and win a fight. But technically, this should be the way to try and win the game. Just push the mid lane wave because you have the advantage. Oh, the engage.
Yep, and this is so deep into enemy territory. A victory here for XG Lightning in this fight will mean a victory in the series themselves. First Class do manage to back off. They're just going to have to seed away all of these inhibitors. Top and mid go down, and they cluster around these Nexus turrets, looking to make
flash hook
from here. But it's a beautiful hook from Improvise to start off this game, or start off this fight. Nature's Grasp also coming down. The Nexus turrets are going to fall, and even if First Class can kill a few, they will not stop XG Lightning from closing out this series. It is a textbook game to end this game, or to end this series. I am so tired, TDS. But you know, XG Lightning come through at the very end and secure the series. 3-2. First Class almost got the reverse sweep, but no, they were not able to hold on. And for as much as they crushed XG Lightning in game number 4, XG Lightning turn around all the momentum and energy and focus it right back upon blue team.
It's funny because I think this is my second non-reverse sweep in 2 weeks. Last week I had one on Wednesday over on the ACL when it was almost close for UCI to be able to get the reverse sweep, or to get reverse swept, and then they won. And here today, XG are able to put the stop onto the reverse sweep and get the grand finals victory. Really good performance in this last game. I didn't have a lot of trust in the composition overall, but they performed on it when it mattered, and they pulled off the victory. Huge props to Improvised Blitzcrank. They banned the Thresh from Peptic for 4 out of the 5 games. But honestly, if they had the Blitzcrank, they could have just played it. It felt like it countered them perfectly to everything that they wanted to pull off.
The fact that they had the luxury of being far enough ahead to go for something as indulgent as Everfrost Blitzcrank and it works out speaks volumes about how well XG Lightning were able to bring back this game number 5, and they deservedly win it here and now.
Exactly, and it's the important moment to win it. Yeah, I guess you may have lost the previous 2 games, but that's completely fine. As long as you get the game 5 victory, the story will say the same thing. XG champions. That's it.
You say that's it, but we do have a little bit more content for you guys. I know everything is content at this point in time, but
Of course.
XG Lightning are going to be brought in for an interview. We got to decide our MVP off of that TDS. Who are you voting for, man?
I want to give it to Phoenix Flare. I think he played really, really well overall in the series. Even with some like weird moments in the games, I think that he played really, really well overall.
I would agree with that. I think that Phoenix Flare is a good choice. Why not bring them into this one for sure? I think we're going to throw to a quick break. We're going to get everything assembled here in the call. And when we return, it will in fact be for the closing interview for this entire series and season. Congratulations once again to XG Lightning for besting first class in this best of 5, taking them to school, proving that Lightning does in fact strike 3 times. Although, gotta say, that last one was after several years of relaxation. Another storm then rolled in after that point, and boom, all of a sudden, first class find themselves fried yet again. Yeah, right now, it does mean a lot that XG Lightning were able to just slug it out and bring it home. And we will hear a little bit more about their story in just a few seconds.
This is the moment for us, for you, every movement. I made just to save ya. This is the moment that can change me. Join the movement, 'cause your love can save me.
Thought I had her in a lucid grip, thought I'd take my time. Keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Snooze, tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue all day. You claim that you love me, but it's just another day. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun.
Hello, friends, and welcome back one last time for this split of the BOL Platinum League. Congratulations once again to XG Lightning as a collective for taking this best of 5 in 5 games versus first class. And we have a standout member, our elected MVP, the election being us 2 members without even considering what Pop-Tart had to think. But, you know, alas, we've got Phoenix Flare here in the call, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah, no problem.
And so just to start us off, might as well get this interview underway with just bit of a question for you guys as a collective. Did you expect this to go to 5 games? And if not, what were you thinking, especially after you guys went up 2-0?
Uh, I mean, we were pretty hyped when we went up 2-0. We didn't expect it to go to 5 games, but there's always that possibility. Like, we don't count them out until like it's over. I think we were in like an okay spot, and we just kind of got ahead of ourselves in game 3, and we kind of threw our lead, and then we just had to regroup and refocus, and that's ended up what happening, and that's kind of how we ended up winning the series.
That's understandable, especially with how hype it was the way that you won the first 2 games. The first one, I think, more wild than the others. My first thought here is going towards that first game. Did you guys kind of played around the stolen barrels as effectively as possible? Because realistically, the first game should have gone, if all goes well, should have gone to first class. But you played with the Baron steals really, really well. And I'm kind of curious if you guys expected that to possibly happen at any point, or just like those were lucky points that happened in the first game.
Definitely like kind of lucky, but I think I'm known for stealing a bunch of barons and like solo queue rank games and stuff. It happens really often, so I would say like it wasn't too surprising, but it's always like the high risk. I don't know. It felt like getting the second Baron steal felt really illegal because they were hitting it and like their jungler left. So that one for sure was just a pure luck for me. So that should have happened. The first one was just like a 50-50 that we ended up bursting because I saw carts like Gragas combo going on, so I smited preemptively to like time it with that. So I felt like that was in more of our favor, but the second one should have never happened.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense, and I think it speaks to your coordination as a team that not only do you get here, but you're able to set up those things in the moment. Getting that Baron steal definitely turned the tide of that first game, and maybe the tide of the whole series to a degree, given the fact that it did go the distance even after you guys went up 2-0. Kind of wanted to ask you a little bit about your selection of champions throughout this best of 5, and maybe just the season in general. Feels like you played a pretty diverse set of champions, a lot of good initiators, a lot of tankier picks, but then all of a sudden you throw the Echo into it all. Can you kind of walk us through your decision-making process regarding what you wanted to play throughout this best of 5?
I would say like we needed AP, and I was more prepared to like play Elise, but Elise was just really bad that game, and I didn't think Lily was that great for our comp wise. And I would say like I mained Echo for like a long time, and I'm super comfortable on the champion, so that felt good. And it's not a bad pairing with Rel because of the gap closing that we can lock with CC and has good decent engage. So overall, like it felt pretty good. It's definitely been a while, like first time I put it in comp, but it's not something I'm unfamiliar with, and I definitely know it can pop off pretty well. It's not terrible. It's probably like the best assassin, I would say, especially coming from the jungle like right now. That's most viable in comp play.
You would feel like the only dangerous part is getting Jensen like it did consistently in the game. It was unlucky. It happened quite a bit, but it probably would have turned around a couple of fights in that sense. And I wanted to go a little bit more broad because talking about not only your champion but in general, it feels like you can flex around a lot of champions between yourself, between your team, in a really effective manner, and it end up mattering a lot in how the series went. First game, I think it was Surfing in the AD carry position, but then you played it mid lane. Action, kind of a weird pick that we thought could be played top lane, but it doesn't feel like that's the case. Then Maokai being played in the top lane as well, so feels like you guys are ready to go for whatever pick is needed, especially if you think that there's a better pick for someone else.
Yeah, we actually practice it a lot, like flex picks, because I know Cart and I also do a lot more swapping than just those in Prim, because it gives us more availability in draft or like guessing work where we can kind of get advantages in draft way easier. So we actually like will usually like improvise and stuff like that. Like we start draft like after we played last week, like draft starts for us like a week in advance, and we take like extensive looks into their games and like what flexes work against them, like which comps kind of lost against that team, and we kind of look into it and see like what we can play, because we're not going to take champs that we aren't comfortable on. But we did see like how they played in Risen finals and what was working for the team that beat them in that, and like we were taking a lot of looks to see what would work and where we can get advantages.
Yeah, good to hear. I love that so much prep work is going in. Draft is beautiful and strategic, and I think you guys made the most of your flexes and a most of the way that you piloted, especially on red side throughout the draft. So that was something that really impressed me. And in many cases, some of the things that I was doubting kind of came back into full focus during the game itself, and I realized that you guys kind of were in control all along in some of these matches. So props to you on that front. You talked a little bit about how you guys work as a collective. You obviously have quite a bit of familiarity with how everybody on your team plays. I feel like that's a very important thing as a jungler. But I guess my question for you on that front then is, what is next for XG Lightning as a whole? Are you guys looking to compete in next split here in the BOL? Are you guys looking to go elsewhere? Is this perhaps your last hurrah?
I'm pretty sure we were invited to MSI, so we're thinking about doing that, which is a cool event. But we're also looking forward to go to like a Diamond League with Juice and Improvise, like having their best split ever and thinking they want to go higher. And they're also like motivating Cart, I, and Prim like to keep moving forward, and we want to see like we can handle that and just kind of like improve as well, because the org really helps us set up and improve, which we've noticed a lot over this split. We want to see like how far we can take it, so that would be pretty nice for us.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense for sure. Congratulations once again to all of you guys. Congratulations to XG as an organization and all the support that obviously goes into putting forward a project like this. Victory in such a stacked BOL Platinum League this time around is certainly no easy feat. I know it's been a tough path for you to get here. It was a tough path for First Class as well, but at the end of the day, you guys proved yourselves to be the better teams in this best of five. And with all that in mind, I think it's time that we close out. Thank you so much for joining us for this quick interview.
Anytime, that was fun.
All right, awesome. Well, we hope to see you around, and we hope to see everybody back here for more BOL action. It's not only the Platinum League to watch out for, but we got Masters, we got IBS, we got Gold, and we got more coming forward, not only in this week, but in future splits. I hope to be back yet again. TDS, we got to drag you in for a BOL split here or there. As much as I miss Shibby, as much as I miss Yanni, it's always great to cast with you, my man. I know we're on Meta Shift together,
That's
but it'd
great.
be nice to, take it to the BOL, because it's always a banger in here. Shout outs to Pop Tart on production, as always, doing such a great job to keep us in line, keep us in check. But that is it for us tonight. That is it for us on this split. Thank you guys so much for watching one more time, and have a good one.